Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to another Sunday morning of Masks, a new generation, a teenage superhero, angsty rebellion, constantly at each other's throats, full of bad feelings and resentment, and saving the world, and pretending to be villains, and working for Aegis, and hating every minute of it, and making my life miserable. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's all good. Hey, uh, I suspect many of the people, and I can tell from chat, lots of people are very familiar with the story and the characters, but just in case this is anyone's first time or someone just happens upon this as their first introduction to us on YouTube, why don't we go around and introduce ourselves as players and say a few words about the character we're playing, and then I'll ask someone to give us a little bit of a recap of everything that's happened to these characters since the beginning of time. Hey, SJ, we'll start with you this time.
Cool. I'm SJ or SJ underscore sidekick. I am playing Deadlock. She used to go by Impasse. She has power mimicry powers, hence the name. It puts her at an impasse or deadlock with whoever she's facing. She used to be the protege of someone named Impact. They had a falling out over him not telling her that Spectre was his daughter, and that he had powers, and among other things. So she's in a little bit of a rebellious phase right now. Zodi.
I'm the original Zodi. I play Fade, who used to be known as Paradigm. Who she was a harbinger, who came back to. Wow, train of thought has derailed. There were no survivors. She came back to change the future so that her future didn't happen, and then they went on a field trip and everything went to crap, and she knows it was mostly her fault.
Entirely.
There was a lot of factors leading up to the major temper tantrum that destroyed the base and
all
led
of which
to
were her choices.
Being back to Aegis, where she was in training for a while. They've tamed her powers. They've placed her in a foster care family. And now she gets to be a badass Buffy. So we'll see how that goes. Richi.
Hi, I'm Rach H. I am playing Resonance or Isla or Lala. Resonance is the star. That's her character type, but she is a TV pop celebrity that came up through a channel such as one like we have here that may have starred people like Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera and people like that. And yeah, she's always felt a little bit judged by being a celebrity and thought that she was making progress with the team, and then felt left out because everyone was keeping secrets and she was the last to know. So she left the base to spend some time on her own, and then people came around her house and she just kind of let them in. And then we had a bit of a rebellious streak with the now Deadlock and Tilly. And then a fight happened with some grown-up superheroes that was staged for us to look like the Vice Girls. So now we're currently on an island, I think, trying to find where this signal's come from. So yeah, I'm just kind of going along with the flow, see what's happening. Playing The Floor is Lava a lot. And Misha.
All right, I'm Misha underscore lesson 3, or just Misha. I'm playing Tilder or Tilly, who is the newborn playbook. She's a robot. She's doing all right. She's really embracing this whole we're pretending to be villains things. I, Misha, cannot see anything with polarized sunglasses on. So, but it really kind of brings the look together. So I guess that's just how it's going to be. Yeah, no, Tilly's been doing fine. She was highly confused when she came back from the Just Inquest, and the whole team was in different places having a fight, and the base was entirely destroyed. But she's been figuring it out, helping Teens Rebellion by finding the Teen Rebellion checklist online to make sure that they're doing all the steps. Pretending to be villains seems to be a pretty standard step for young teenage superheroes, so they're going along swimmingly with that. I'm sure nothing untoward will happen on this island. Vector.
All right, and I'm 98 Tough Love, or Tough for Torpleton, or some other variety of nickname. I'm also a variety streamer on Twitch. I haven't streamed in a bit. I'll be getting back to that at some point. But I also play a lot of TTRPGs, and so I'll be here a lot in the coming weeks. And I am playing Spectre, who is the scion or the kid of a villain. She is the child of Violet Scepter and also Impact, which didn't cause any problems whatsoever and didn't indirectly lead to our base getting destroyed and everybody having a fallout and everything sucked, but it's getting better. So yeah, now it's just worse because we're on an island in the middle of the ocean and I hate water. It sucks. You can't fight water. It just doesn't work.
Meant to ask last week. Are you scared of water? Or is your character scared of water?
My character is scared of water.
Okay, I was like, is Tuff scared of water?
No, Spectre is terrified of water.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's me.
And since Meg is in chat, we won't go and explore the underwater portion of Dr. Darwin's base. You're welcome. Hey, so yeah, I'm Zero or Zero Daylight or Michael or DM or GM or Keeper or narrator, whatever the thing is. Yeah, we are, I think we're mostly caught up. Yeah, so your instruction from Aegis was to take advantage of the fact that Venom, an evil organization, in some ways the mirror of Aegis itself, has reached out to many of you. Being aware of the disharmony within your team, it has decided that now is the perfect time to recruit you to a different type of organization. And via Fade and her allegiance to Aegis, Aegis thought this was a perfect opportunity to establish you as an up-and-coming group of supervillains and, get you over into whatever hideout so that you can find out what's going on with Venom and see if you can't at least gather information from being close to the leadership of at least one Venom cell and report back. So what you know about Dr. Darwin is not a lot. He, she, or they has not been active. It is not clear whether this is the same Dr. Darwin that was around during the Golden Age, or whether it is like a superhero mantle that is passed from generation to generation. I did drop a few little clues that I don't think anyone picked up on, but as far as Aegis is concerned, nobody has heard much from Dr. Darwin. He, she, or they has not been super active in many, many decades. So highly mysterious. You, after, yes, playing lots of The Floor is Lava, having a lovely time bouncing around on a satin sheeted bed, being basically jostled back and forth for 500 miles, meeting some lovely sea life that seemed very friendly, and escaping on a rocket boat to beach yourselves on the shore of this island. And of course, the central mountain is shaped like a skull with water pouring out of its eyes and mouth, because you kind of have to have that if you're a supervillain. You are now on a sandy shore, and Spectre is covered in sand because the first thing she did was roll around on the dirt. And yeah. Oh, right. Something massive is approaching you through the trees. What happens now?
You think that's the welcoming party?
I have a
Yeah, I'm
ability
sure
for
that
things
villains
like
are
this.
just gonna roll out the red carpet and blow a bunch of confetti to honor us showing up on their island. Yeah,
I mean, they
They
did.
invited us.
They did send us an invitation.
Yeah, this doesn't strike me as a place that would do that. So we should figure out what it is.
I mean,
We wait for it to approach us.
it's coming your way.
I'm going to go ahead and use my enhanced senses to figure out what it might be.
Sure. Unleash your powers.
Yeah, let's go. And that's a plus what?
Freak.
Plus 3. And 9.
Okay. Let's see. Well, I mean, you can't see it. The sounds that it's making are like there's some strange like bird calls, that kind of sounds. There's kind of a grunting noise. Given that you can't, I mean, everything smells very green and faintly. I mean, it smells of the ocean. It smells of sap
Oh, like
and
Hawaii.
sap and earth and greenness and a little bit of mildewy. I will say that you notice a fairly decent number of unusual moths kind of breaking through the trees in your direction.
Moth?
Yes.
Like, not butterflies?
Yes.
Am I able, for the massive creature, am I able to tell if it's organic or robotic?
You cannot see it.
But hearing?
It sounds big and heavy. I mean, you
Big
don't
and
hear
heavy.
beep, boop, beep. So
Okay. So no whirring cogs or anything that I'm aware of.
not so far as you can tell.
Okay.
So you know all robots go beep boop beep when they
They do.
walk.
Or click, 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 click,
Why
click,
does
click,
it tell
click,
her
click,
to do that?
whir, whir.
Interesting.
Children
So
need
they
to
really
upgrade
is a
her
real
systems.
girl.
So you're all standing there next to the rocket boat. Yes?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go climb a
On the
tree.
beach.
Okay.
I
Go climb a
mean-
tree.
Cool.
I'm gonna start moving in the opposite direction.
Okay.
Well, it's also dark, right?
No. It's dim
Okay.
because although there are a few breaks in the clouds, there's a few god rays coming down to illuminate the spray of water coming out of the skull eyes and little spots and pieces of the jungle and, you know, catching the occasional flock of very colorful birds, maybe. So this island is kind of, think of it like in the eye of a storm. So you have
Okay.
passed through very inclement weather to get here. So it is dim because everywhere around except for right above this island is very, very cloudy. And you can still see and hear the claps of thunder and the sizzle of lightning in the thunderheads that kind of ring this island. But it's like a hazy day here on the shore. So Spectre climbs a tree.
Yeah. I vote we go for the giant skull in the middle of the island, because that's probably where the base is, and I don't want to fight the wildlife.
Are you sure it's just not a delegation here to greet us?
Crashing through the trees is something. I think the first thing you notice, it has pretty substantial teeth. It has kind of short little arms. It has very, very beefy long legs ending in claws. It looks kind of like a dinosaur, but it is very furry. And it appears to have a prehensile tail. the fur is kind of greenish. And everywhere that it hits a tree, a big cloud of moths flies off.
Great, now we're in Jurassic Park.
Or something. What do you do? The good news is it's moving.
It's
It's
You
moving
don't move. It can't see you.
somewhat slowly. You say that, and then it whips its head around and looks at you because it has very good hearing.
I've
And
already
begins
backed
sniffing
off
the
quite a
air.
lot.
Yes. Spectre's up a tree.
I'm gonna yell. I'm gonna yell, "Stay out of the long grass!" and then run towards keep running towards the rock.
I think it is attracted by the motion and begins
Well, I
slowly
think
lumbering in that direction. Every time it
Well,
hits
I'm
the
really-
ground, more moths fly off of it.
Well, I'm the furthest away from it. So.
Yeah. It's just it goes within maybe 15 feet of the rest of the group who are gathered, or anyone who's still gathered near the boat. And then, so we get a scene of the rest of you kind of cowering as this thing moves, leaving big imprints. Its claws are quite long, kind of a long, almost blackish color. And they dig huge furrows in the beach. As it kind of waddles over in the direction, we see another frame with resonance back plastered against this big boulder as this head kind of looms over and then turns sideways so it can look down at you. And it your hair is blown around. What do you do?
Gonna need a change of shorts.
It doesn't seem that bad. Maybe it's nice. It didn't eat residents immediately.
Is it near me?
Yeah.
So is it next to me?
Oh yeah, it's
How's it gone
it's-
past everybody else?
because you were running.
'Cause you were running.
You attracted its attention.
Okay, so I'm against the boulder and this thing's sniffing me.
It's the head is over you. It's sniffed and then it kind of turned its head sideways to look at you. So you could reach up and like touch its head if you wanted to.
At it.
Okay, I'm gonna do the thing which is stupid, but what you do for horses. Please don't kill me. Horses and dogs. And I'm gonna be like, and let it smell my hand.
Yes, it does. It smells your hand and then it licks your hand, and your hand is now coated in really disgusting, highly viscous saliva.
Okay, I'm gonna touch his nose.
Yeah, it jerks back at first and then shakes itself and more moths fly out.
Okay. I'm just gonna still stand there because I don't know what the hell to do.
Yeah.
I'm very quietly going to say, before anybody suggests it, no, we cannot keep it.
What? Come on. It'd be so cool.
Hey, Tilly.
Yes.
Perhaps you could read the situation?
Oh yeah, that's something
Someone
we can do.
could, considering you know
I-
nothing
Yeah,
about
that's
this.
probably a good idea. Let me read the situation. Assess
While
the
she
situation.
rolls for that, I'm gonna be asking the animal. I'm gonna be like, "What's your name?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be.
Is it Jeremy?
It could be.
Is
Yes.
it Clive?"
It then hears Spectre and then whirls around and then trundles over to the tree that you're in. Spectre sniffs you and then begins eating some of the branches near you.
Aggressive.
I climb on it.
Well, at least
I got
it's not. It eats plants.
I got a 5.
Ooh.
So
Would you like to do something about that?
yeah. Let me just use a couple minor boons on that one.
Yeah, we have 9, so I think we can afford it.
Maybe.
Perhaps. So I'll just use it. So that's then a 7.
Okay. What are you curious about?
Let's see.
And
Like,
you can ask other questions like, what is this?
yeah, like, do I think this is a creature that was sent to pick us up, or is it just a thing that lives here?
You scan its body plan and then do a quick search through your zoological databases. You are certain this is a Veslothraptor.
The Slotheraptor.
The Slotheraptor?
Veslothraptor.
Okay. Yes.
It is some sort of
I think
tyrannoid
we should kill it.
dragon, dinosaur mixed with giant sloth. Thus
Yeah,
the
we're gonna
hair
need to
and
kill
the
it.
green fur due to algae, and then the moths that live in its fur that feed on the algae. It does not appear to be hostile. It appears to be reasonably intelligent and curious, but it also doesn't appear to be like under anyone's control.
Okay.
Okay,
So
cool,
that
let's
from
leave
that you would deduce that it just lives here and was
Right.
attracted by the sound.
All right. So I'll just let everyone know, like, this is the Slotheraptor.
Cool.
I'll explain the stuff about it and then say it just lives here. We can go to the skull now, where I presume he lives.
I'm laying on its back, petting it.
Yes,
This thing is disgusting. You really shouldn't touch it.
it's perfectly
adorable.
content. I mean, your hands are now covered in algae,
That's fine.
and you have moths in your own hair. But other than that, it seems to be fine. The Veslothraptor cocks its head, looks back towards the beach, makes this weird kind of grunting bird trill noise, and then moves quickly off into the forest. I mean, as quickly as it can. And it's quite large. It's 20 feet tall.
Before it takes off, definitely going to snap some pictures of it to
Okay.
send to Aegis when I'm able to.
Sure.
But that's over. Okay.
Seems important.
Meep. Meep.
I say bye,
Meep,
Frankie.
Meep, 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 meep. Coming
that?
from the what's coming from the tide line.
Oh.
You
I'm
see,
going to look.
yes, you see little fishies kind of flopping their way out of the ocean. They have little rings of eyes around their bodies, and then as they get fully out of the surf, they splay their bodies open into little kind of like squid, starfish kind of body plans that are kind of like humping in your direction. There are dozens, hundreds of them. Their big eyes kind of focused on you in a very bright and friendly way. Meep, 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 meep.
I see the trees. I'm going to the trees. We're going to the skull.
Yeah, I'm going to the skull.
Not
I'm done
dealing
with
with
these
fish.
animals.
Yeah, I vote run.
All right. Who, by the way, is the last to run away?
Me.
Okay.
Billy volunteers a tribute.
Right. Tilly, would you take a powerful blow for me, please?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Goodbye, guys.
Where are you going? Well, I see the first one rolled a 6, so we're starting strong.
That's a
Oh.
So that's gonna be a 9.
oh, that's not great at all. You want to keep that?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
All right. On a 7 to 9, do you lash out verbally? Do you give ground? Or do you struggle past the pain in Mark II conditions?
Well, I don't know what's happening.
Well, what's happening is they get within about 15 feet of you, looking very, very cute and friendly, and then they leap at you and then turn their bodies in midair and onto you. Like
Oh,
little face
cool.
huggers.
I feel like let's just mark conditions because I should do that as a player. So let's see. Reading. Hopeless and afraid.
Okay.
Me. Oh, they're cute. They couldn't possibly hurt us. Suddenly.
Well, the good news is that they have a harder time injecting you with digestive acids and sucking out your juices, considering that you aren't organic.
Yeah.
But they are trying.
Yes.
They're quite strong for being so small. I mean, they're dessert plate size. They're not huge, but there's lots of them.
Yes.
Tilly has one on each side of her face, and so instead of her face, she now has these two like rings of eyeballs that are all blinking randomly.
Oh God.
What happens?
Billy, can you just like blast them off?
Billy is just screaming. Oh, what is this? Ew. Ah.
Yeah, let's use some. I mean, they're fish. They're wet. We can use some electric power, zap them off.
Or make it worse.
Who's doing what?
I was just gonna zap them.
blast.
Do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna blast them on the beach too. Not on Tilly. That would be a bad idea. But the ones that are coming closer to her, I'm gonna pew pew. With
All right.
my
It
speed
sounds like
blast.
folks are directly engaging.
Directly engage or defend.
You can do defend because you're trying to remove the ones that are on Tilly. So Fade is directly engage.
Okay.
Perfect. Because my savior is 3, so it's a 10.
Excellent. Well, you do protect Tilly, and you do not expose yourself to danger.
Fine.
Would you like to add team to the pool, take influence over Tilly, or clear a condition? And remember, if you already have influence over Tilly, you can use that opportunity to shift Tilly's labels.
I'll just add team.
All right.
Including my danger, I got a 7.
Oh, okay. Well, go ahead and choose one. Is that right? Yeah.
I'm gonna go with impress, surprise, or frighten the opposition.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try to scare them.
Yes, you do. So you blast a few. They seem to be quite hardy. And so they kind of, like, a number of them fly through the air, and then they blow up and are covered with little spikes now.
Great.
And then
I'm
begin
pufferfish too.
Swimming through the air towards Fade.
Okay, so I guess I'm going to directly engage a threat.
All right.
Because there's no more on Tilly, right? They're
Correct.
gone.
Yes.
Right, okay. Oh, wait, can I, because they're going towards Fade, I can defend, right?
Yes.
Okay. Rolling to try and save Fade. Go. Oh, shit. Snake eyes.
Would you like to keep that?
Do you want to get eaten by crazy?
How many
Starfish?
mages have we got left?
Like 6.
Quite a few.
Yes.
Okay,
You have
alright,
6
alright,
major
okay.
boons left.
Okay. La 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 la, trying to do it again. Come on, dice. Okay, a bit better. I got a 6 and a 1, so I got 7, and then my thing is 2, so it's a 9.
Awesome. So
Way better.
the good news is that you do protect Fade. The bad news is that you expose yourself to danger or escalate the situation. And I'm going to say you escalate the situation. So
Wonderful.
you unleash your electric powers to effectively stun this flying phalanx of weird starfish, jellyfish, squid monsters as they move toward Faye, the ones that were inflated. And they all kind of spasm in the air. There's just arcing of electricity between them. And then they all pop like piñatas. And floating out of them are clouds of little bitty baby ones.
No, I hate it.
Like they're like an inch in diameter.
Hate everything about this.
Some of them fall to the ground and kind of just like wriggle around. Some of them start making their way back. But those that are near areas where your arcing electricity hits the sand also puff up and then begin kind of wobbly, moving around in little clouds, little swarms.
You say that like such a proud parent. It's so disturbing.
I mean, maybe they imprint on the first living creature they see. We don't know yet.
Oh gosh.
And we don't want this.
No.
What happens?
Maybe they start eating the first things they see as some sort
That's
of
how they
foreign
imprint.
nutrient.
Yeah, their parents.
I'm going to unhelpfully just charge up with my new Nova ability now that
Okay.
I'm slightly scared. So I'll just stand there and be like, ah.
And what do you which so are you using one? Are you charging up?
No, I'm just charging up. Yeah.
Okay. And you can spend
Getting-
burn at any time.
So I got a, what is this, plus conditions?
Yeah.
10.
Ooh,
So-
you hold 3.
Yep, hold 3 burn. So I guess it's probably just Tilda just standing there like, and then like cool lights start flickering and stuff like that.
Yes.
Flashes of glow and things of that nature happening. It doesn't look like I'm helping actively though.
Well, would you like? You can spend burn immediately.
Okay.
So, like, if you have shield or mode or something.
Yeah, so I'm gonna spend one burn to basically do a moat, which in this case would be just probably creating like a bunch of hard light, I don't know, fine netting to just kind of like
Hundreds of hard light butterfly nets,
yeah, capturing all of them,
just spinning
pulling them
around.
back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, the swarms are going to have a hard time getting through that, and the adults seem to be reasonably intelligent. They don't just like wander in. What happens now?
Question: do I mark potential for
Yeah.
my miss? Oh, okay. I've got another thing. It might be close to getting 5.
Oh,
Yeah, this is my 4th.
excellent. Well, fail more.
I have been the last 2 episodes. I'll decide what I'm going to do in a second. I would like to. I'd like to unleash my powers.
Okay.
I feel like I'm going to have a bit of a storm / Phoenix moment.
Okay.
Is she just called the Phoenix? What's she called in X-Men?
Phoenix or Dark Phoenix,
Phoenix.
Dark Phoenix, yeah.
Well,
kind
hopefully you're
of
not going to have
where-
a Dark Phoenix moment.
No, but as in like where I kind of electrify. I'm going to electrify my whole body.
Yeah.
And kind of try and just send out kind of like electric bolts from myself. Because I just don't want to be eaten by these fish.
Yeah. Sure.
So I'd quite like to try and do that.
You need some extra charge from your sister Zap.
Yes. That would be great. Okay, so
All right,
I
unleash your
say
powers.
to my sister Zap, shoot me. Like, so yeah, let's try. Come on. Okay, that's okay. That's all right. It's a 9. And then it's freak, right?
Yep.
So it's a 10.
Excellent. Well, then we don't have to spend a team to kick it up. So we'll say that for flavor, Deadlock borrows your powers and then funnels them back into you. And Resonance becomes like a giant Tesla coil, just arcing. And then, your sonic control powers kind of create this whirling mass of sand and debris and flying little meep meep jellyfish, starfish things. And then with all the lightning strikes happening, the sand is glassed over. So you're creating this very kind of almost cage-like effect of freestanding spikes and jagged forms of glassified sand.
Yep.
It seems to give them pause. Who's paying attention to the water? Who's in a position? Spectre, are you still up a tree?
Yeah, I'm still in a tree, so probably me.
Yeah,
Fortunately.
There's a wake out in the lagoon. A very large one.
Guys, we need to go. Like now. Let's go. I'm running into the trees.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
gonna follow.
I'm gonna start backing up while holding up those nets.
Cool. So you all move your way back. We see a kind of like one of those full page narrow scenes to capture the kind of the panoramic of lightning storm and spikes and hard light blasts and telekinetic blasts and sonic shields, etc., and whirling butterfly nets holding this, because I mean they were still coming out of the lagoon. So there's now 500, 800, 1,000 of these things, not to mention the ones that the lightning hits them and they pop and make more babies. So it's now quite a mess out there on the beach. But you all kind of
Job, Rachie, for escalating the whole thing.
defensively move back to the tree line as something lurches out of the ocean. And it is Tilly. Think like ichthyosaur, but also eel, but also baleen whale.
What in the world?
So it has the 4 flippers, and the kind of long tail, but the head looks very much like an eel, but as it opens its mouth, it has these kind of, it doesn't have teeth. It has baleen. And it begins just kind of lazily snapping into the air, grabbing enormous jawfuls of these multi-eyed jellyfish, starfish, squid things. And then you can see it like push water out of its mouth. There's like a spray of salt water and fish guts and little eyeballs everywhere. And
Gross.
then, it uses its tongue to kind of suck on the baleen, then it grabs another mouthful. That is sufficient to begin dispersing the swarm.
There's always a bigger fish.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, then time to go to the skull.
Yeah, we should do that. This, I missed the Slotheraptor.
Yeah.
I don't.
And as you guys go off into the jungle, you keep picking little baby starfish things off of you as they try to into your flesh. But you're fine. What happens now?
Well, I guess
I'm
we're
staying
gonna
in the
weave our
trees.
way through the jungle to the skull to see what's up.
It's the rule of cool. I mean, is it's probably the base is probably in the skull.
One would
So yeah,
assume.
that's where I'm going. I'm staying in the trees.
All right. Well, you make your way toward the skull, and as you had deduced previously, the constant outflow of water from the eyes and mouth of the skull has bored a kind of central lagoon. And sunning on rocks and logs floating in that lagoon are, well, kind of turtles. And they have shells. They have kind of brightly colored shells. But as you approach, they begin hooting at you with their monkey-like faces.
Right. Gonna move past that.
Can I? This is gonna be bad. I'm gonna attempt to assess the situation.
Sure.
Nope. Yeah, that's a whopping 3.
Well,
That's-
you can do something about it, or you can take potential. Your choice.
I'm gonna use mage.
All right.
In the meantime, while their Spectre is assessing the situation, I'm gonna turn to Tilly and go, "Hey, Tilly,
Yes.
aren't you able to possibly sense if there's a communication systems here? Maybe we can contact whoever is on the island and let them know, hey, we're here."
Yes. That is something I can do.
That would be an unleash your powers.
Yeah. Looking for that -2.
I got a 7.
Okay. Ask your one question.
I guess this is gonna kind of tie in with Tilly's. I was trying to figure out if we could see anything that looks like where Dr. Darwin might be.
It's just a mountain. You don't see any doors or hatches or anything. What'd you get there, Tilly?
Well, I got a 4. Well, actually 5. 5.
But still,
Yeah, but still.
you guys are racking up. You guys are racking up the potential, which actually is thematically apt.
I took a legacy thing.
Ooh,
I took never give up, never give in, or whatever it's called.
excellent.
I
just be
clearly
like-
I've reached my potential because I haven't failed any of my rolls today.
Yeah, with your like +7 total.
Right.
Your moves while the rest of us are +3.
Well, you can't have +7.
Well, like
Oh, yeah.
Oh, total.
total.
I get,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'll be
Deadlock
like,
beating
there-
in Maxon, but that's fine.
I'll just be like, oh no, there's too much interference. I can't access it.
Yeah.
And definitely not because I'm still like, those things were cute and they attacked me. How could this betray me like this? Definitely not thinking about that still.
We're gonna need some kitty cat club therapy after all of this.
Perhaps.
Yes. Well, maybe there's something similar here. A room full of cats or something.
Yes, but we'll go with the real cats because we expect them to be cute and deadly.
Yes.
Well, listen. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was.
I don't want to.
Is it okay? I was just thinking we can just go into the skull. That is most likely where everything would be.
Sure. Leaping out of the water on flashing wings are, well, they're parrotfish, but not like parrotfish. They're like flying fish that have parrot beaks and very, very sleek feathers. And they launch themselves out of the water and then begin flapping and kind of whirl around you all, you know, caw. Hello, welcome, caw.
Words. That's better.
Well, they're parrots.
Well, yeah, I assume that someone is going to tell us hello and welcome.
Yeah, it's a
That's not
parrotfish.
them because they're, well, but they had to have copied somebody, right? Unless someone just purposely taught them that for people that get here.
They all land on Tilly, or some of them land on Tilly.
I try to teach them curse words.
They immediately all begin cursing.
Yes.
My God.
And it's funny.
Hey,
It's
record
funny
this.
for like 5 seconds, and then it gets very, very, very blue and annoying.
Yeah, obviously I'm going to like record everything.
Yes.
You know.
Yes. This is on the teen delinquent list of teaching younger people bad words. as
It's
you
true.
see.
You can mark that off.
Yeah. Being a bad influence.
What's your name?
What's your
I like
name?
that
What's your
for
name?
animals.
Screw you.
Impact sucks. Impact sucks.
Right. You sniff jockey shorts. There is an audible ding. Ding from behind you. A crack appears in the sheer stone face of the cliff and slides open.
I'll take that as an invitation and walk in.
Yep.
The parrotfish take flight, wheel around above the lagoon, and then as one dive in with nary a splash. It does upset some of the monkey turtles, who kind of screech and throw something at them.
Walk into the open door, I guess.
Yes, as you approach, it seems to be brightly lit, very, very clean. There is smooth jazz playing out of hidden speakers, and what appears to be an escalator.
Okay, guess we'll go up the escalator.
Is it up or down?
Up.
Okay.
All right. Well, you all climb onto the escalator unless someone has a different idea. Well, you all climb onto the escalator. It's quite a ride. It will deposit you on a series of landings because it's a bit of a switchback. So it's kind of like going up multiple levels at the mall. So you kind of have to walk around and grab the next one. And on each landing, there is like a fancy LED screen with beauty shots of the island of Doctor Darwin. It's like, welcome to the island of Dr. Darwin. Progress at its finest. Find your potential at the island of Dr. Darwin.
Oh, we're finding potential, all right.
Right?
Is this where they hold the awards?
Could be.
I just want to say, if this dude idea of potential is fusing us with like weird animals or something, I'm not down for that.
Me neither.
Yeah, I guess it would depend on the animal.
Yeah.
Like,
No.
if it was like part tiger, that'd be pretty cool.
No.
Like,
No.
just saying.
No. No.
I think
Oh,
Spectre would look good as like a half hedgehog.
Yeah, that'd be cool. You know, spikes.
Tilly could be like a robotic opossum.
Just play Dead Tilly.
You could play dead. You could keep all kinds of cool gadgets in your pouch.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have to
mean-
recharge anymore. You could just power yourself by eating trash. Think of the
Ooh.
benefits.
So many benefits.
Yes. So, you arrive in what looks for all the world like a hotel lobby, complete with reception desk, little carts. There's a little buffet bar that has coffee and pastries.
Would have been nice if they got our bags back on the beach.
Well, your bags are
brought
on
bags?
the ship.
On the yacht.
Right.
Don't.
But I mean,
don't,
nobody came out and met us way back there, so
That's true.
don't eat anything. We don't know if it's safe.
And we do have
Already
to cut
pouring
to
myself a thing of coffee.
Yeah. cut to Spectre with mouthful of food and
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like halfway to her mouth with a cup of coffee. No, put that down.
no, it has to be she already ate it.
Yeah, I'm like
That's
already
the only way it's funny.
like crumbs all over my face. Like,
You are
just quickly, just have the crumbs just quickly swallow. Like, yeah, guys, don't.
I didn't. Yeah, don't eat it, guys.
A monkey in like a very fancy jacket with little epaulets and little gold tassels and a little fez kind of ambles over towards you. Looks expectantly, kind of like paws at you looking for bags. Can't find any. And it looks kind of crestfallen, but it holds out its palm.
Yeah, our bags are like way back on that ship back there. I don't know if you expected us to carry them all the way through the jungle.
Does anybody
believe-
have cash?
He didn't even take our bags.
But it's a monkey.
It's so cute.
Why don't you give him the food you definitely didn't eat?
I mean, it's already here. You could probably just take it.
Does
It just
anybody
stands.
have cash?
It's standing expectantly. It's tapping its toe. And it's kind of like looking away, embarrassed.
Secondhand embarrassment
I turn-
for us. I'm
I turn to
gonna.
Resonance and be like, tip the monkey.
I'm like, this is awkward. The smallest bill I have is a 50. So
And it snatches it out of your hand and then scampers away.
you're welcome.
A young person comes out of a door. A door kind of opens, and you assume it to be a fellow teen. It's kind of hard to tell. I mean, they're wearing a hoodie and like kind of loose fitting cargo pants, and can't quite see their feet, and the hoodie is kind of out down over their hands, and it's like the hood is up. You can see the kind of like the glinting of two eyes. And it kind of ambles over towards you, like super slouched.
Very different aesthetics. to the
Yeah,
monkey.
like, who are you? It
Who are
says,
you?
I'm Archie.
Okay, well, I'm Zep. That's Zip.
Oh, that's right. I forgot we are in our villain guises. Let me confuse everyone real quick.
That's why I've had this filter on.
Yes.
Misha, we need to get you the filter so that you can fake wear sunglasses so you can see, but
Right.
still look cool.
Something like that. Well, if you tilt my head to the side, I can see better. So if you see me going like this, it's
So
because
every
I'm
now and again,
looking-
you're just like, I'm not bewildered. I'm just trying to see.
I just can't see anything.
So, Zap, you are introducing yourself?
Introduced me and Zip.
Okay. He will hold out a hand to shake yours.
Okay, so now that we actually have, our fake names up, because I was struggling there, I couldn't remember what mine was.
It's Blastarella. It's the best name
How
ever.
did you not remember yours?
You're wearing
Good.
your black prima donna tutu and
And also,
Yeah.
leather jacket.
It's my badass Buffy costume.
Yeah.
But
and also, I
didn't
imprinted your
remember
name on the back of your leather jacket while we were on the
Yeah.
yacht.
Why are you like this?
Just
Blastarella.
so
Pew
everybody
pew.
could see it. Yeah, just so everybody knew.
Yeah.
Because I knew how much you loved it. I put it on the back, embossed it.
So he's reaching out his hand. Of course, the sleeve of the overlarge hoodie, kind of like sweatshirt hoodie, is like dangling, but he reaches his hand out towards you to shake it. Zap. What do you do?
I'm just gonna fist bump it.
Sure. You do, and tentacles snake out and wrap around, and then he kind of shakes your hand, and it's clear that the arm has
Oh.
no bones in it.
Oh.
And then they pop, 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 pop. The little suckers release.
Oh. Ugh.
And then back into the arm of the hoodie.
You could warn a girl.
Oh.
I mean, you got to get used to it, man. Where do you think you are?
But you're good at yoga.
Oh yeah, like totally. It will. He will immediately like go into downward dog, only just by like morphing his body. You can see this is as he contorts himself. This is a squid.
Cool.
Specifically, a angsty teen squid.
Did Dr. Darwin make you into this, or did you come here already, Squidward?
First, rude. Seriously.
Kind of comes with being a villain.
You obviously don't know many villains. Anyway, so yeah, no, I'm Archie. Well, I'm Architeuthis sapiens. Dr. Darwin made me. And it's kind of cool.
Like, how did he make you? Like in a lab, or was it like genetics, or like?
Yeah, like with science and genetics and stuff.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
I was made in a lab.
I believe it.
Thank you.
Mm.
Anyway, I have homework to do. So I guess you'll be staying with us for a while.
Yeah.
Who else
yeah,
is
like-
here? Who's
Uh,
us?
I don't know, like folks.
Are they
Probably.
all like you? Like all the same
I mean, no one's like
species,
me.
or are
I'm
they
the
different?
only one.
Oh,
Yeah, Dr. Darwin gets an idea and then like runs with that idea and then does a thing and then he's like on to the next. He's like super.
Oh. So are you like squid and anything else, or?
I'm pretty sure there's like human DNA in there and like maybe like some dog and like maybe salamander and yeah.
So a lot of splicing.
Yeah.
Nice. That's
Okay.
cool. What about everybody else?
There's like a lot of folks kind of like you.
Like
You know,
just
folks who
human.
don't fit in on the outside.
Oh, yeah. Just a bit boring.
I mean, I don't have any hard feelings to people who are just like more or less normal.
Yeah, just one DNA.
Yeah, I mean, you can't begrudge people their handicaps.
No, true.
Anyway,
Very
seriously though, I
noble
do
of you.
have homework.
Well, enjoy your homework.
All right, bye. It kind of wobbles an arm and then just kind of slouches off. What happens?
I like that guy. Made some good
Yeah.
points.
Let's go to the front desk, the reception.
Yep. That same monkey, you can see it kind of around a corner, is taking off its little fez and its little captain jacket and putting on a nice little black coat and top hat. And then it scrambles up and sits on a stool and begins looking at a ledger. It's got little glasses on, little half moon glasses. It's making notes in a ledger. You ding the bell, it raises a little knobby finger. And then after probably a good 30 seconds, it looks up at you and says, "Ook!" and then spins the ledger around and hands you a pen.
Zap.
Reaper.
Fire starter. We could have just
Right.
put vice grills
And
and
Right, and Zap's name, I just put and Zip. Like
Okay.
on the same line. I
Yes.
refuse it to
And
be
then you have to
separate.
like cross it out and switch it so it's Zip and Zap because Zap and
No,
Zip just sounds.
I'm okay with it. I'm allowing it.
Cool.
And then Blasterella
Interchangeable.
as well.
All right, so you all sign in. It kind of spins around. It, pulls up its little glasses and kind of looks down, looks at you suspiciously, looks down again, looks at you suspiciously, and then hops off, kind of half climbs up a wall to where there's a bunch of keys that are hanging from hooks, pulls off several keys, scampers back up onto the thing, slaps the keys down on the counter, but doesn't move its hand, and then with its other little hand, it holds it out.
Zip. Zip the money.
Ugh. Here you go.
Snap.
Wait, hang on.
Stuffs it into
We
his
were
little pocket.
invited here. Why are we paying?
Oh, it's a tip.
Or
I want to
tipping.
speak to your manager, monkey boy.
Whoa! Whoa!
Whoa,
I don't want to end up on any.
The Karen alert goes off.
No, is anybody got any cameras around here?
Thud,
I'm not
thud.
ending up on a Karen meme. I've run
Yeah,
away.
It was going to be as Blasterella or Karen.
The bellboys approach. The bellboys are, well, they have like segmented armor, like on their back. That's kind of a grayish, but then towards the arms and legs and head, it kind of fades into a mottled black and white. One of them is still has a stalk of bamboo stuck out of its mouth. These are
pandas mixed with
pandadillos.
pandadillos.
Yeah, quite large, probably 8 feet tall, on their stumpy little legs. They come and they just kind of crowd around Blasterella.
Oh, we'll have fun talking to the management. It's grab the key.
Yeah, grab the keys.
They look around kind of for bags and stuff and don't see any, and kind of shrug, and then will kind of just through their size will kind of encourage you to move over towards a grand double staircase that ascends.
We do so.
And
Guess we're going up the stairs.
Yep.
escalators everywhere else.
Well, but here you want to, you want like the grand treatment. I mean, it's like marble floors and lots of like gilt and urns on plinths, and they clearly have one of those hotel scent machines that pump some sort of, exotic kind of spicy floral smell. It smells like the perfume section at Neiman's.
Terrible.
There's soft music.
Gross.
There's some sort of as you kind of go by, there's a little bit of like light piano music and maybe some harp. The piano is being played by probably 4 squirrels.
I'm
Maybe
gonna play that later.
their arms and hands are quite a bit larger than one would expect. They seem to be quite dexterous. They seem to be able to coordinate quite well. But you go upstairs and you have your keys, your room numbers.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go check out my room.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the rooms are lovely. This is like resort grade.
Are they adjoining at all?
No,
Are we in
I'm-
separate
I'm-
rooms?
you have separate rooms. But they are they are next to each other, but they are not adjoining on the interior.
I'm less interested in exploring the room. I want to go find someone who actually has a voice and can speak back. A higher intelligence, if you will.
Yeah.
Not an animal worker.
Is that what
Darwin.
Blasterella says, or is that what Blasterella thinks?
That's what Blasterella thinks. She's not saying anything out loud right now.
Mm-hmm.
Are there TVs?
Can I
Yeah, I'm
ask
gonna
a
be flipping
question?
through.
'Cause
Yes.
I can't really remember. Is this where the signal that we got sent in the bird and stuff brought us to?
Yep.
Or was this on the way?
This is
Nope,
the
this is where-
destination.
Yeah, okay. I thought so. I just wanted to double check.
Yeah,
because I
but-
knew that it got foggy and
Yeah.
then it just kind of appeared.
Both Tilly's tracing of the signal that was controlling the bird, as well as the decipherment of the alphanumeric code that was on all of the invitations, led you to this longitude and latitude.
Okay.
So Blastarella thinks one of the pandadillos begins to cry. And the other one, like, pulls it into a hug and pats it and then glares at you over its shoulder. And they kind of walk off in a huff.
Oh, good.
Jeez, Blastarella, what'd you do to them?
I didn't do anything. I am
Mhm.
insulted that, animals are being made to perform tasks like this. They should just be out living their best life.
How do you not know that they don't want to do this?
I mean, I clearly
Did you
don't.
ask them? Or did you just
No, but
assume?
clearly they heard me.
Well, we know where assumptions got us before, so maybe don't
That's
just
why I kept
assume.
my mouth shut. I didn't say anything.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
sorry,
So you were thinking
it's
they
not
read
my
their-
problem they're listening into my thoughts.
Wow, weird.
Wow, Zara, can't imagine what it's like to have somebody reading into your thoughts if you don't want them to.
I'm in my room just surfing the channels.
Yes.
I went to have a shower.
Yeah. It's
yeah, I
great.
also need to rinse all the sand off my clothes.
It's like Doctor Darwin's organic rainforest body wash,
Nice.
Avapui shampoo and conditioner. There's lovely kind of like birds of paradise and fern arrangements. Other kind of, there's all sorts of fruit that you probably can't recognize. So like dragon fruit papaya hybrids and strange little, like, think watermelon but like grape. So like watermelons, it has the variegated green skin, slightly translucent, and you pop one in your mouth and instead of the expected grape flavor, it's a slightly kind of crunchy and watermelon flavored. It's quite delicious. And it's a rainfall shower. And as soon as you turn it on, there's little puffs of scented steam that come in.
What I will
Very
say,
refreshed.
out of character, I'm very glad that you referenced the bitter ginger. That's a plant that you can squish. As long as you leave it grow, you can squish it and it gives you natural shampoo.
Yeah, I've had my shower. I'm back.
Oh yeah, no, and there is in fact a spa service menu that as Zip is has the towel around her head and wearing a fancy DD monogrammed, very fluffy bathrobe. You're looking through the various different spa services. Yeah, there's a facial and there's a mani-pedi and then there's a deep tissue, facial
They
relief
all
massage.
sound enticing, but
Zap
I'm a
needs a
little bit
deep
too
tissue.
scared to have any kind of procedure done at this hotel right now. A little bit too nervous. That might. So they all sound enticing, and I'm tempted, but
The camera pans back to outside Zip's room, and what looks to be a mud skipper. So a lungfish, effectively, that's standing up on kind of its hind fins, carrying a steaming bucket of fragrant mud, is like right outside your door and just about to knock, and then Zip says, but I kind of don't want to. And then it kind of looks crestfallen and then kind of hops down the hallway.
Accidentally upsetting all the stuff.
What happens? What do you do? Oh, Zap was skimming through the channels. Yes, it's all. Think of it like it's a series of public access channels.
For those non-Americans, what's a public access channel?
So by statute, certain broadcast bans are made available to citizen broadcasters and nonprofits. They're typically lower bands, so they have like smaller distribution. So think of it like local channels that are mostly produced by amateurs. So there's the 24-hour Hedgehog channel. And it's a series of, it's like a home and garden show. So it's some sort of strange blend of wild boar, but with spikes. And they are kind of clearly communicating, but it's in a series of grunts and squeals. But think of it as, it's like Gardener's World. Except it's hedgehogs. There's an underwater channel with all kinds of strange and alarming creatures floating by. There is a welcome channel, and it kind of gives this repeating spiel. Welcome to the island of Dr. Darwin, a sanctuary for those who feel left out by the world outside. At Dr. Darwin's island, you can truly relax and be yourself and find your purpose. Enjoy the fruits of Dr. Darwin's island. And with little snapshots of like, there's a luau bar and like there's a little dance floor and a variety of things. There's parasailing.
I'm going to go knock on Zap's door.
Zap's just like kicked up on the bed, surfing the channels. What? No HBO?
I'm gonna go find the Pandadillos and apologize, because clearly I messed up.
Yes. One of them is still patting the other one. It's got a little tissue it's dabbing its big eyes at, and they look at you suspiciously as you approach.
Hold my hands up. I'm really sorry. I understand what it's like to be in somebody else's brain. And I intentionally didn't say it out loud because I didn't want to hurt your feelings, but I did hurt your feelings, and I'm sorry.
One of them will reach out a big panda paw and kind of pound you on the shoulder. It's
just gonna crumble to the ground.
It's slightly painful because these things are very strong, but it's clearly telling you that it's okay. And then they trundle about, and like one of them goes in and starts pulling the bedding off of a bed.
And can you point me in the direction of someone like me?
One of them will point back towards all the rooms where your friends are staying, and look at you like, duh.
Someone I didn't come with.
And then its eyes kind of get big.
Dr. Darwin?
It nods, and then it taps. It has a very nice watch on. It kind of taps its watch, and then kind of shoos you back.
Okay. I'm gonna go find everybody else and knock on doors, all of them, to get them in one thing and inform them.
Zip and Zap are in Zap's room. So what's happening in there?
Zap?
Yeah.
I just had a thought.
Mm-hmm.
So if this is where we're meant to be going,
Mm-hmm.
and we were invited
Mm-hmm.
as us, like
Mm-hmm.
the bird invite came to me,
Yeah,
resonance.
as if, yep.
Yeah. Came to, yeah. And then Reapers came to the other version of Reba, and you know, and
before. Yep.
And yeah, so I'm wondering, should we be meeting like this current look, shall we say? That was more for us to be able to not be us in, is it Halcyon City we live, right? In Halcyon City, and to be able to get away and them not connect that with A with B.
Mm-hmm.
But now we're here. Should we be who should we be? Because
I get what you're
they've
saying.
invited us as that,
I mean,
not this.
We're still them though, just different names. People change their names all the time.
Yeah.
Especially when
I'm
they
just
go through
wondering,
rebellious
like, if to true.
This is a phase.
Zap would know.
But I'm just wondering, do we? Yeah, it's just something that's been going through my mind. Like, should
think
we
it's
be
probably fine if they know who we are, considering they invited us here.
So you think they'll just know that we're who we are without us going back to looking who we are, like what we were before?
Probably.
Okay.
I mean,
good talk.
Blastarella comes in, having knocked on Reaper and Firestarter's door.
Wow. She could have been naked.
We knocked? Question mark?
I mean, you knock and then come in because you hear their voices.
You're like
talking.
a mum. You're like a mum. Oh, come in. Knock, knock, knock.
The Pandadilla thing.
Open the door and then knock. Yeah, just
Yeah.
The panda creatures who can hear your thoughts.
Me and Zach weren't there for that. So we're like,
they communicate. I asked them if they could point me in the direction of someone in charge of the island, specifically Doctor Darwin, and they pointed to their watch. So I was assuming they're telling us almost time. I'm not 100% sure. I don't have the mind powers anymore, which, believe me, would be really freaking useful right now.
I mean, I just assumed there was going to be a time when, after we got settled, they would, fetch us to introduce us. I mean,
yeah, it seems like kind of common courtesy to just give everybody a minute to decompress after nearly getting eaten by creatures on the beach.
It would have been common courtesy to meet us at the beach, but...
Well, when there's creatures that want to eat you at the beach, I can kind of get why they didn't meet us there. Also, how are we going to get our bags?
Have you tried the fruit? Please tell me what it tastes like. This one is grape and watermelon?
I'm not eating anything here.
So maybe we should take turns with
it's super delicious.
What about this one?
Everybody else is talking. Me and Tilly are in the corner. I'm eating fruits and describing them to Tilly.
The weird dragon fruit papaya looking thing. So think like green kind of oblong papaya with like spikes, like dull spikes that come out of it that kind of shade into a pink. You crack it open and it has the almost piney like scent, that kind of almost astringent quality of a mango, with the very sweet and acidic and kind of fibrous interior of a pineapple. Delicious.
Yeah. Describing this to Tilly as I eat it.
The good news is if one of these is like not poison but drugged or whatever to knock us out and steal our kidneys, Tilly doesn't eat food, so she can come help.
Actually true. Did we even bring any bags as a side note?
I mean, you have stuff back in I assume you had backpacks.
Yeah.
So you have your probably your ordinary costumes and some random stuff. But that's back on the yacht.
Mhm. Those things are dead now.
Yeah. Well, if you look through the drawers, if you open up the wardrobe and look through the drawers, there are all sorts of clothes in a variety of styles, ranging from jeans, t-shirts, and sneakers to fancy ball gowns, tuxedos, etc.
I just would like some
It's
sweatpants.
calls for another party.
There may or may not be a cupboard full of pillow fight pillows.
Yes.
Yes. Cool. Yeah. I'm going to go change real quick because I'm still covered in sand and it's
Yeah.
getting really uncomfortable.
The shower's
So,
amazing.
oh, sweet. Yeah, I'm going to go shower and change
Yeah.
that.
So everyone is showering and changing.
I mean, I'm still in my robe because
Right.
it was very comfortable.
I'm probably fine.
Probably looking at the
You just-
list, like, what
You
the
just
heck
found
is a
his
man?
dustpan like a brush and just brushed it all up you.
Well, actually, probably as soon as you think it, there's a quick succession of rapping at the door.
Yes.
You open it, and it is probably 40-ish hamsters. But they have a variety of different type of like fur types. And some of them swarm up Tilly, and they appear to have very kind of sticky or like static electricity fur, and they just kind of ooch all over you, picking up the fur and detritus. Several of them have like little spiny ridges on their back, and they crawl up into Zip's hair and begin kind of using their bodies. Like they'll climb up to the top and then hook their little back things and then kind of drag that down like a comb, and then fall and then catch themselves on your clothes or on your robe and then climb back up until they have your hair combed
Just
out
like this.
nicely. Yeah.
I'm like, this is the weirdest thing that has ever happened to me.
Yep. Wait until you see the toothbrushes.
Oh, no.
Oh no. Still just petrified.
Well,
Just-
pretty
just
soon
singing
they
in my
got you all nice and coiffed. One of them kind of goes and kind of does a little flyaway hair. They've been genetically engineered to produce hair gel instead of saliva. And then
That's weird.
as soon as everyone's nice and pretty, they scamper away. What happens?
Just chilling.
Just singing the song to Annie. I think I'm going to like it here.
Probably ask
Nice.
Zip what the hell a mani-pedi is.
A mani-pedi, that's where you have your hands done, your manos.
Knock, knock, knock.
And pedi means feet. Pedicure.
Yeah.
Feet. Ped feet.
Yeah.
Pedestrian
Knock,
feet.
knock, knock.
Hello.
Yeah.
A series of other small creatures make their way in. They are roughly the same size as the hamsters, but these are clearly miniature beavers. They come over and one of them gestures to Zap to sit down on a chair.
Oh, I don't know if I like this. Okay.
Okay. So they untie your shoes and then they use their little beaver teeth to trim your nails. And then they use like one side of their beaver tail to like file
Audio
away
it.
and then flip over the other side of the beaver tail to buff it. One of them drags a little bottle of clear coat over and kind of gestures at you.
I just whisper in Sap's ear,
Is that me?
this would make the weirdest nature documentary ever, wouldn't it?
And then another one comes up
Imagine.
and kind of looks you up and down and kind of puts one of its little paws onto its hip and thinks, and then makes a chittering noise at one of them that will go away out into the hallway and then drag back a kind of a plummy purple polish, and they will begin to apply it to your nails. So one of them kind of like drags the brush over your nail. The other one's like fan it with their tails.
No, that's my color. Hers is blue.
They
I'm
look
the purple.
they look perplexed and then pull out some.
Well, what if I did the purple to represent
the purple
you and you
name.
did blue? and-
Oh,
Okay.
That's what do you think? What do we call you?
The one of the little beavers kind of does this, and then it kind
You're
of
the artist.
and then it nods. And then so they'll do purple on Zap's nails, and then Zip will have a seat in the chair, and they'll repeat
like
the procedure.
Blue lightning strikes
Yes,
on mine,
Yeah.
and then purple lightning strikes on hers with the blue.
they can
background.
totally do that.
Yeah.
The one who's been directing the entire thing kind of almost like pulls out like a artist palette and a little brush, and then kind of dips and mixes with the enamel and very finely and expertly paints little decals onto your nails.
It's disturbingly adorable.
I get $200 out my pocket, worth every penny.
Yeah.
This is where the rest of our $20,000 goes.
Right.
True artiste. True artiste.
They will in fact give you a receipt in case you want to expense it.
Nice.
Cool. So everyone who wants to gets mani-pedis and gets their nails done and gets their hair done. Does everyone get dressed?
Yes, I don't think I should
Yeah.
remain in a robe.
I mean, you can if you'd like. I mean, you're on vacation after all. Whatever makes you
could they-
comfortable.
Launder our costumes that we came in.
Please.
Well, there are laundry bags. If you would like to, you
Okay.
can put your costume and shoes and stuff like that in like outside in the little wicker basket.
Cool. Yeah.
Cool. So maybe 30 minutes, an hour goes by. People who want to can have a shower and get their hair done and get their nails done and get dressed up. How do people choose to dress? So there's a wide variety of clothing available.
Sweatpants, hoodie, athletic shoes.
Okay.
White t-shirt, leather jacket, skinny jeans, combat boots.
Cool. Everything has a subtle either pattern or monogram or patch with interlocking Ds for Dr. Darwin.
You're dead.
I'm gonna find a sundress and a straw hat.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
I'm staying in my clothes.
Okay.
Your tutu?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm staying in my clothes. I
The
refuse.
the fashion beaver looks at you disapprovingly, but then shrugs its shoulders.
I wear inappropriately high shoes.
Mm.
But they're platformy, so like they're not stiletto, like
Yep.
they're like chunky bad boys. And like leggings or pleather trousers, one of the two.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. And a leather jacket and some kind of crop-ish top, I think.
Okay. Sure. Easy enough. So everyone gets dressed to their own specifications. Coincidentally, as soon as the last one of you is dressed, there's a little bing bong over the intercom. Dinner will be served in 10 minutes at the Tiki Lounge.
Dinner. How exciting.
All
They're
guests
heading over to the
report to the
Tiki
Tiki Lounge for dinner.
I'm curious to see if there's meet the other guests. I wonder if that one dude is here from the Capitol.
What?
Yeah, maybe he got invited.
Adidas.
Yeah, that guy.
Oh, that guy.
Arnie. By the way, I've changed my mind about what I'm wearing. I'm wearing the same as Zap, but I've customed it. So it's like I've got that hoodie, but I made that into a crop top.
Okay.
Do you see what I mean? Like, so I'm
Well,
wearing the same thing, but I've
Yes.
like customized
You
it.
think about it, and a flock of scissortail swallows taps at the window, and you let them in. They are swallows, but they have scissor tails, and they will very expertly tailor. Yeah,
My clothes.
their
Nice.
little beaks have a hole in them, and they are carrying a little basket with various different types of thread. And so they snip
Yeah.
it off, and then they serge the edge of it so it doesn't fray.
This guy's living a
Wicked.
Disney princess lifestyle.
And then you laughed at me when I sang to that bird that exploded.
Oh yeah, the bird did explode. But you're right.
But yeah, so I look like that, but just more like trendy.
Yeah. So then, Bing Bong.
Bing bong.
Dinner time.
Bing bong.
Yeah.
We go to dinner.
Go to dinner.
Yes.
Does anybody know where we're going?
There's
Tiki
probably a directory.
Yep.
I figure other people are coming out of their rooms and we could just follow them.
Little wombats in tuxedos are awaiting you as you walk out. They've clearly been modified so they can easily stand on their behind the. Well, and now that you look at them, and they kind of smell like eucalyptus, so they're probably koala bats or wombawalas or something. But they will, and they have like little towels over one of their little arms, and each is carrying a little tray of hors d'oeuvres that you can kind of pick at, and then they will graciously lead you toward the tiki lounge. So down and in, as you approach, you can hear some kind of music of the islands playing, and you turn a corner and look out, and probably hidden under some sort of overhang, in the face of the Skull Cliff. So you have this beautiful panoramic view out over the jungle, and you can see the sea, and you can even see kind of bobbing out there just outside the lagoon your massive black supervillain yacht. It's getting on to afternoon, so the sky is starting to get a little bit of color to it. Whatever storm appears to be largely dispersed, although the sky is heavy with clouds. They're lit in pinks and purples and oranges. There are a variety of, many of the animals here seem to have been loosely based on the spider monkey. By which I mean they are, primates with, somewhere between 6 and 10 limbs. That appear to be quite dexterous and, crawling around and, shaking multiple shakers of exotic drinks at the bar. They appear to be all sorts of different sizes. One of them will flash up a card. The one that's behind, the quite large one that's behind the bar will flash up a card that says, "What do you have?"
You guys should try to order alcohol. I bet it's legal on this island.
I'm gonna try to order a strawberry daiquiri with alcohol in it.
Yep.
But if I don't get that, I'm just gonna say, if you're not gonna serve that to me, I'm totally just gonna have a water.
No,
Yeah.
act with confidence.
No, as soon as you come over and even you just think about it, it'll pull over a little blender and start dumping in a variety of fruit and some crushed ice. It will grab a lime off the counter, and then as it picks it up, you can see two little eyes pop open. It's knobbly and green and kind of lime shaped, but it's clearly some sort of frog or toad. And it will kind of tickle it, and it will lime juice in, and then blends it up, pours it in, puts a little garnish of a fancy tropical flower in, hands it to you with a big straw.
Renewable lime resource.
It's true.
This is really just testing our teenage knowledge of what alcohol drinks are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nap is-
Do you have any
Oh.
bottled water?
I'm
Yeah.
going to think about a martini.
Okay. Yep. It will absolutely make you a martini. You don't want to know where the olive comes from, but yes.
No, no. Yeah, I'll get a margarita. That sounds good.
All right. It will make you a margarita.
Um,
And a pina colada.
that pina colada,
Yes.
whatever that is.
Yep. It will make you a pina colada. Some sort of fruit bat looking thing will fly down with a little umbrella and plop it in and then flit off into the rafters. So yes, you have your fancy tropical drinks.
Sweet.
The little lamp in the middle of one of the larger tables will ignite. The other lights will come down. The music changes tenor. Some of the other smaller spider monkeys will kind of clamber around and like pull the chairs back to that one table.
Take my seat.
All right.
I'm
Well,
just spending the whole time just holding the cup and like swirling it.
yes, yes.
I'm gonna sit down and actually drink my drink.
Yeah,
Only
it's,
thing in my stomach, so we're starting out great here.
it's not super strong, but it does appear to be alcoholic.
So no
good.
to food, but yay to
Random
have to
alcohol.
test the
random
going.
drink that is made with a lime frog.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of cool. Like,
No, but you ate the food, so
I was just about that place, so
I'm just saying.
I mean,
No
let me the taste tester if we need me. Like, that's fine.
No to the pastries that were just on the side, but yay to drink
Yeah, I
made
get what.
with
Yeah.
frog lime.
Listen,
I'm just wondering where we are.
the appearance of free alcohol has suddenly changed the weight level of is it dangerous or not. Also,
Yeah, a little bit.
Reaper has not yet collapsed from eating all of the food. So
Also have regenerative powers, though, so keep that in mind.
that is a good point.
But I don't think it's bad.
Yeah, you all eaten something.
I just know I'm normally not allowed to have this stuff.
Yes.
Have a
Well,
bottle
here
of
you
water.
can have whatever you want.
Drinking alcohol while underage is definitely on the teen rebellion list.
No broody old men to tell me no.
Yeah.
That's right.
I mean, I would join you, but I don't drink alcohol, and also you all know that I'm vegan, so I can't drink anything that's made with the components
frogs.
of an animal. So after the lime frog, it kind of
I mean, I'm sure if you tell them or even just think it, they will make you something that is literally not animal based in the slightest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little spider monkey will trundle up with what appears to be a mojito. And as you,
were any animals used in the making of this,
no.
or actually making it?
it will shake it. It will shake its little head and hand it to you. It doesn't have any alcohol in it, but it's
So
like
it's a virgin
yeah,
mojito.
it's like actual lime wedge, some actual mint.
Has it got salt around the rim?
Yeah, of course.
Vegan. Oh my gosh.
The lime frog is not. It's not. The lime frog is not vegan.
I mean, the genes that make it squish out lime juice did come from a plant.
But it's still
But it's still an
But it's still
animal. It's
technically
like,
an animal.
it's like honey is technically not vegan either because it's an animal being exploited.
It's true. Well, these are not exploited. These are obviously quite
No,
willing.
I know, but still.
And-
Okay, clearly.
And the lime frog looked like it enjoyed the process, so
I don't know if that's even. I don't know if that makes it better. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know about that.
Well, it's like a cow, and a cow wants to be milked, right? It gets uncomfortable
Well,
if you
yeah.
don't milk them.
Otherwise it gets uncomfortable for them.
Yeah.
I think this is a whole nother discussion. Let's carry on.
The ethics of lime frog.
The ethics of Doctor Darwin's island.
Yes, there are 3 other chairs at the table. One at the head and 2 on either side of the head of the table. And if any of you try to sit in them, the little monkeys will encourage you to sit elsewhere. There is a gong. And a wizened old man with a cane, a little bit of a bowler hat, a little monocle, begins kind of making his painful way toward the table. We'll say Tilder is near one of the empty chairs. There is a shimmer of shadow, and a hand reaches out of the shimmer of shadow and grabs like a roll and then disappears. And then there's a whoosh, and a very familiar female manifests in the chair, looking kind of sullen, kind of like she's got a little fringe of hair, and kind of looks through that at the rest of you and kind of turns sideways a little bit and starts just like munching on this roll. A cavalcade of puppies erupts through the door, kind of tumbling and scrambling and like trying to run too fast on the slick marble floors. And a young man, probably mid-teens, with dark, faintly greenish hair, wearing like a tight t-shirt and jeans and some chucks, kind of wanders in. It's almost like this wave of puppies is emanating from him. And he kind of, hey guys, a little shyly comes and, oh geez, there's so many friggin' puppies. Sorry about that. Come on guys, back here. And he kind of, you can see him concentrate, and then they pop, until there's just a few of them.
I'm sorry.
So he'll walk over and he'll sit down, and he'll ask one of the waiters, can I get like a grilled cheese? And the little spider monkey will chirp at him and then run off. Oh, hey, Doc. The Dr. Darwin is a gorilla. And he, in a waistcoat, right? In a lovely tweed jacket and waistcoat, short pants, buckle shoes, carrying a fancy, like glossy black wood cane, with some sort of creature as the silver finial. The best way to describe it would be a chimera. It has, elements of bird and mammal and lizard and fish all kind of rolled into one. As he approaches, the young man will stand up and like pull out his chair, and he will kind of hop up into it. And then there's a little bit of a scene because he's a gorilla, so he's quite heavy, as the young man's kind of trying to push. And as he pushes, more puppies begin to pile up, and then you can see them like dragging at the edges of the chair to like ooch this over as it squeaks and squeals against the hard floors. Thank you, lad. Most appreciated. Welcome, ladies, to the island of Dr. Darwin. I hope you found us all right. You look lovely and refreshed. How was your trip?
It was good until the beach.
What about the beach, dear?
The like weird parasitic fish thing that tried to kill us?
Oh, yes. They're quite the scamps, aren't they?
Yeah.
You just have to sing a little tune to them and they'll leave you alone.
That would have been a good thing to put in a note.
Well, you're nothing if not resourceful. I mean, you made
What
it here
song?
all right. Yes?
What song?
Oh, I'll have someone teach it to you, should you decide to stay.
So it's a specific song.
Yes. It's a rising pentatonic tone.
Cool.
So, how was the weather on your travels?
Spectre
Not
looks a
that
little green
great.
just thinking about it.
Spider Monkey will
It was-
scamper up and hand him a plate of grubs because he's a gorilla. Oh, thank you.
It was choppy.
It was a dark and stormy afternoon. But we made it here. All right.
Ah, and what should I call you? Firestarter or Tilda or Tilly or...
Any of those is fine.
Well, I suspect you feel a bit left out with all this wonderful food and things that you can't quite taste. That must be a real shame.
It is.
Let's fix that for you. He'll try to snap his big gorilla hands. It doesn't quite work. You go get the syrup. Another little spider monkey will, after a few moments, come back with a little, think like a little beaker with a glowing kind of golden fluid in it. Just get that down, you. It's totally
Okay.
harmless.
Sounds good.
Does Tilly drink it?
Yeah, for sure.
You drink it, and the rest of you can see mixing in with the kind of cool green of the natural glow of Tilly's circuitry is a warm golden yellow. And you can feel something happening. The yellow fluid begins to form like a polymer coating. And it also begins to interact with your internal sensory systems. Try something.
Ooh, neat.
Works very quickly.
I sip the martini and then immediately go like, oh, gross.
It's super disgusting, but also amazing. Like it's awful, but you can taste it. In addition to your chemical analysis systems and all the kind of data that you would ordinarily be able to derive from, contact with your gustatorial sensors, you actually get a sensory feeling of taste. No, I wouldn't start with a martini. I'm a Scotchman myself, but just give some fruit a try. It's probably more pleasant.
Dap has finished their drink and asks, like, yeah, I'll take a scotch.
Yes, we have some very, very old. It's quite oaky. Scotch for my friend here. They will bring you one.
I pass Tilly my mojito and say, this is mint.
I'll try some.
It is. It's
Yeah,
quite.
I'm just gonna let Tilly sample her
It's
drink.
sour and sweet and minty
Yeah,
medicinal and tangy lime.
Gonna casually slide down the strawberry daiquiri to her too. So we all
so
go all in.
basically, the rest of this dinner is just me trying everybody else's drinks and food.
Yes.
Yeah,
Tilly just kind of
Dap tastes the scotch. And,
right.
really good. You should try it.
It's an acquired taste. Don't stand on ceremony. Eat whatever you like. Tilly is very rapidly forms little hard forks and spikes and just grabbing stuff off of people's plates and then speed eating. It would be
Where's it go?
overwhelming, but your computational processes are more than capable of handling this novel input for a variety of different flavors at once.
Where does
You're
it go,
storing
though?
up, you're storing up all kinds of new sensory data. There are
Listen,
about things that you like,
this
things
is
that you don't
probably
like.
leaving the way it came in later because I don't think I have a system
I'm sure
for this.
you
But
probably
listen,
you have a port you can open up.
yeah, there's a hole for that, I guess.
At least you'll have use for a bathroom now. Lots of firsts.
I just say to Zap quietly, I worry sometimes that Tilly takes things a bit literally. Like has a checklist when we were like being rebellious and now has a checklist for being villainous. And I just worry sometimes that she takes things a bit literally. And it feels that we have to do everything on the list, i.e. like drinking alcohol.
Yes, well, having priorities in life is important, don't you think? But I agree. Setting yourself up to fail by holding yourself to society standards is a great way of being miserable, I find, don't you? I
Oh,
know
just
you
step
do,
back,
Zap.
old
You
dudes standards.
understand. You're picking up what I'm putting down, aren't you?
How did he hear me?
Because you're 5 feet from me, dear.
Oh,
I just
I
assumed
don't-
they read your mind. Yeah.
yeah, me too.
No, I don't possess that particular gene anymore.
Oh,
But most of my friends do. Those whose anatomy doesn't lend itself to verbal speech. Or else how would they do their jobs?
nice. So why are we here?
Well,
Yeah.
you seemed quite unhappy and potentially would have use for my services.
Yeah, we weren't happy with each other at the time. So I'm just
I'm happy
curious.
with more than just you guys, but
Well, yeah.
Well, as I understand it, Zap or Impasse or Deadlock, or you should pick a brand, dear. Was long ago even feeling dissatisfied with your lot in life as a mere sidekick. As I understand it, Reaper had issues of identity, given your family of origin issues, and nothing against your dear mother, but seemed to be a bit lost and wandering, and Blasterella is from an entirely different timeline. Things have to seem very strange here, and poor Tilly over there didn't even know what pineapple tasted like until just a moment ago, and, well, Zip, your mother is a real pain. And all the pressure of having to perform for your fans. It's a hard life. It's inevitable that such pressures would reveal themselves in interpersonal problems and hard feelings and smoking craters and things like that. It's just what happens when people struggle to find a place for themselves and against society's demands.
How did you
So
get all
why
this
are we here?
information?
Well, I thought that it was a good time. You seemed to be all at odds and ends, and thought it'd be good to introduce myself and offer you my services.
what
How
are your
did you get
services
all of our
exactly?
information?
One at a time, dear. I'm not as young and spry as I look.
How did you get all of our informations?
Well, you're very public. I believe we used the internet.
He also has animals that can read minds, so
Well, yes. And, Sarah here. Oh, do sit up, Sarah. The negative space will kind of sit up straight, roll her eyes. Sarah here, met you all previously. On something less than good terms, I understand. But she doesn't hold a grudge to you, Sarah. She goes, no, Doctor.
Oh,
and
Sarah didn't meet Tilly though.
this is Tommy. Hi. And then a little puppy will pop up and start trying to eat from his plate. Stop it. Oh yeah, I was things got real weird with my family. Because like when I was little I couldn't control all this. And it put my family in a bind. And I couldn't stay with my family anymore. And then I found Dr. Darwin, and I can like be myself here, and I don't have to worry about hurting anyone or messing anything up. Yes, Tommy's quite an asset. His particular powers are quite useful in maintaining the lush, verdant island that you see before you. He controls the life force itself. And Sarah here, as you know, can manipulate the shadow dimension. Between the two of them, there's not much that they can't accomplish, I'll tell you, but we are always welcoming to new additions to our family. Because that is what we offer here. Family. Family without judgment. Family without expectations. An opportunity to embrace your true selves. To live as you would choose. To realize your true potential.
Oh, I have to ask my mom first if I could join.
That seems quite courteous of you, Tilly. I wouldn't expect anything less.
No offense, Doctor, but how do we trust you?
Well,
I mean, I've been betrayed by
yes.
heroes, let alone, quote unquote, mad scientist types. So.
I'm not mad. They just say that. What is madness but failing to comply with the expectations of society and academia?
See, that sounds very... Never mind.
I understand you've been burned before. But I am not your father. Or yours, Reaper.
Dead.
I ask for nothing in return.
Who's your mum?
Well, Zap him past Deadlock. I don't know. I haven't peeped on you all to that degree.
No, I'm asking Tilly. Tilly had said that she had to ask her mom. I'm asking who her mom is.
Dr. Collifer, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Okay.
I sometimes accidentally say cauliflower.
Yeah, me too.
But that's not on the villain or the Team Rebellion checklist to check in with your mom. Just gonna.
I mean, no, definitely not. But this is like a real thing.
But it's on.
Oh, okay.
It's on Tilly's list, and that's what matters, isn't it, Tilly?
I got it now, Tilly. I see where we are. That's fine.
So, I'm just trying to clarify here. Like, you just invited us here out of the sheer goodwill of your heart and don't expect anything in return. We just are here?
Well, I find it's good for people who stay with us to have a purpose and to contribute to the extent that they want to. Well, some of you are quite intelligent and could assist with my research. Others of you could, I don't know, the hedgehogs seem to always be in need of help with the gardening. I mean, they plant the things and they have a tendency to dig them up, so they could use a bit of supervision. Well, there's always new things to explore and discover, but honestly, I think it's most important that you explore and discover yourselves. I derive my greatest satisfaction from seeing people reach their true potential. That is what I would ask of you.
So what's the Venom tie-in?
Well, Many years ago, I offered my services to Aegis. They didn't look upon my work kindly. They have a hidebound notion. So, I found other connections. And of course, I understand everything you've heard about Venom comes from Aegis and from the popular media. Just to suggest that perhaps you lack the full picture, it is not a monolithic organization. And certainly not everyone that avails themselves of Venom's resources is some sort of insane supervillain bent upon conquering the world. I have my island, that is enough.
Can I pierce the mask?
Yes.
Okay. That's a 10.
All right, ask 3.
I would like to know, what are you really planning? What do you want me to do? And what do you intend to do? Seems like a good list.
Dr. Darwin has many plans. He is kind of jovial nature aside, hyper intelligent. So you can tell that while he is very present here with you, he probably has multiple thought experiments running. He definitely has motives, but those motives seem to be more about discovery and pushing the boundaries of science than about any like personal or pecuniary gain. What he intends to do is to convince you all to stay by offering you whatever it is that he can provide. What was the other question?
It was, what do you want me to do? But like, I don't know, I guess I'm just wondering why.
I think he wants to, you get the sense that he wants you to cast off and this is more coming from his words and just your read of the sincerity of them, but to cast off the sort of limiting expectations that you place upon yourself or that you have adopted and internalized from those around you, and to really look at things afresh and decide ultimately who you want to be, independent of the kind of social and family programming. He sees in all of you great potential, and he's very interested to see that potential realized. But you aren't picking up anything intentionally nefarious. Well, dig in. I'm quite partial to the poi myself. Digestion. Not so good at my age.
I'm gonna eat, I guess. I feel a little bit more comfortable. I'm still very, very apprehensive because this feels very cult-like. The lead ups to a cult.
I just assume
Shit has not yet hit the fan.
Yeah, I just assume that there's a constant stream of small dishes coming in and out from Tilly's plate. She thinks of anything she would like to try. And
Great stuff, it's delicious.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, the little spider monkeys are using like 4 of their legs to wipe their little brows as they are like in overdrive and you could hear chittering off around the corner in the kitchen as they are struggling to keep up with a constant stream of subconscious orders coming out of Tilly.
Dap is trying to think of the most unhealthy food she can think of that she wasn't allowed to have.
Yeah.
Like fried chicken.
Fried chicken, donuts, milkshakes. Yep. You'll give yourself a stomachache, dear. So doubt. That's not an instruction. Just a suggestion from personal experience. When Tommy here showed up, he was sick for a week.
Yeah, just borrow my power zap, and you can just eat whatever. It's really useful for digestion.
Negative Space will say, do I really need to stick around for this, Doc? You do you, boo. And she'll like, thanks, and then into the shadow dimension.
I'm kind of glad she's gone, because that was really awkward, because Resonance kind of stabbed her, like, a lot.
Tommy's gonna say,
what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was,
oh yeah, I heard.
trick.
Tommy says, yeah, I heard about that. There was like some size guy and like purple people and yeah, I mean, the doc doesn't stop people from doing what they want to do. And sometimes Sarah like decides to go out and like do stuff. I mean, we don't really need money here or anything like that, but I don't know. I think sometimes she just thinks this place is boring. I think it's great.
I mean, yeah, she did kind of try to stab us a few times.
That's
But
kind of the way
it's fine.
she is.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
You can probably cut to the shadow dimension where she's like doing target practice with her daggers.
Right. with
Yeah.
your pictures.
Yeah,
on a
yeah,
wall.
Sure, we'll be great friends one day.
Yeah, maybe.
So what is it you do again, Tommy?
Oh, you mean like here? Well, sometimes
yeah, and what are your powers?
Oh, so there's like a life field that permeates the universe, and I can tap into it and basically make things like, and he holds out his hand and there's a shimmer and there's a vaguely green ferret that kind of climbs up his arm and sits on his shoulder and kind of nibbles at his earlobe.
Is it permanent, or like what would happen if you left?
Well, so I have, and the doc has been helping me. I kind of have to like remember to put them back, or else things could get bad. Tommy's powers are quite unique.
Dramatic?
They're quite unique. If he wanted to, he could create so many living constructs that they cracked the surface of the earth. We can't have that.
Yeah, but that's really cool, though. Spectre's like super fascinated by this, and
Yes.
it's probably just chatting up. Tommy
Yes, we've
for
been
the rest
working
of
on
the
it, and the good news is that as long as Tommy is happy and feels secure and appreciated, his powers are quite easy to control. It's more when he becomes distressed that it becomes harder to control them. So we focus on making sure that he remains calm, friendly, welcoming surroundings. That's what we offer here.
How many other people are here? We met, what was his name? Andy?
Archie?
Oh, Archie, yes.
Archie, yeah.
One of my first grand successes. You know he's over 90 years old. The Architeuthis lives for a very long time. The species upon which I based him. He's still a teenager at 90, if only.
But back to my question.
Yes, people come and go. This isn't a prison. I find that people who need this place come and join, and they're free to stay or go as they please. I just thought that this would be a good time, good break for you all to come and enjoy and relax and have a good time, and maybe decide that this is a better place for you than the hustle and bustle of the big city and all your obligations there. You did good work protecting the city and indeed the planet from the Steel Swarm. I felt you deserved a break.
Yeah.
Lala, you
Pretty nice.
seem skeptical, dear.
No, just listening.
All right, well,
It's also harder for me to take breaks.
yes, I can see that. I challenge you to really home in on the voices up here, where that message is coming from that you shouldn't take breaks. Are you afraid that your Insta following will drop? Well,
No.
what value is an Insta following if you aren't happy, dear?
No, I'm not. It's not about, no, it's not about that. It's about the fact that I have a management and a promotional team.
Yes, and you feel
tour dates.
responsible to meet their expectations. I
Yeah,
understand.
it's more that it's not so much about the fans. The fans tend to stay whatever. They're pretty loyal. It's more
Yes, but they expect
team.
things of you, don't they? Your choices and behavior is constrained because you have to align with their expectations.
Mm-hmm.
They expect you to date a fellow superstar, and so you do. They expect you to come and sing at them for their enjoyment, and so you do. They expect you to make your private moments public for their consumption, and so you do. Not saying that that's wrong. It's just a lot of pressure to put on a teenager, don't you think?
Yep.
Yes,
But
well,
it's been my whole life, so I'm kind of used to it.
of course you are. Gild the prison enough, and it can seem like a paradise.
Oh, trust me, it doesn't seem like a paradise all the time. I'm fully aware of it.
Yes.
Which is why, normalcy can sometimes be fun. Being
Yes.
dull, being normal.
Well, I will say normalcy is relative. I wouldn't call anything around here particularly normal. I mean, look at the spider monkeys. And did you meet the Velociraptor or whatever we call it?
Fortunately.
Yes. Oh, it's quite nice.
We've renamed it to Jeremy Frankie.
His name is Daniel, but you can call him what you would like.
Oh, Daniel, nice.
Yes. Well, you're free to stay as long as you would like. I'm free to visit my laboratory if you would find that interesting. We have a croquet lawn and variety of amusements. I suggest you simply enjoy your time. And then decide if you would like to stay. The invitation is open. And I have to say, I'm quite intrigued by what you each might become if you could shuck off the shackles of expectation and take the reins of your own destiny.
He says that I'm just literally going to look down at the bracers on my arms, control my powers. Like there's a lot going on. Where she's sitting here going, "Wait, you can free me from the prison I'm in?" Of course, she's not saying all of this out loud, but she's like staring at it, like, "Wait."
Oh, of course we can. It's a minor procedure.
That's such a good idea.
So if Archie's like 90, how old are you?
Oh, well, I was found in the Congo in 1842. My father, or creator if you would prefer, found that I had certain natural aptitudes and then leveraged the science of the time, which frankly verged on occultism, to enhance those natural attributes, and I have been growing and evolving ever since. He, unfortunately, is long dead. Or perhaps...
You said 1842?
Yes, dear.
How?
I haven't seen the jungles of my home in over a century. but I have done a good job of replicating the best parts of them here. Even I enjoy the comforts of home from time to time.
So, I think I'm going to go take a walk. Is there any things or places that I should be aware of that might be dangerous?
He'll motion over, and one of the spider monkeys will come back with a tray of little like medallions that think of like con badges, little lanyards you can wear around your neck, and there's a little metallic kind of rectangle. None of the native creatures will bother you as long as you're wearing one of these. I should have thought to send them to you, but I wasn't sure you were coming. And we only have so many of them. Certainly can't allow the, all access codes to get out there. There are people who would... Well, there are people who don't like freedom. They don't like people like you having your own say about what you do and how you feel. And if their information got out, they might decide to invade the island. Can't have that again.
Again.
Oh, yes. They've tried in the past. Every time one of these hidebound heroes decide they need to go and put the stick about a bit, every once in a while they'll find traces of us, and they'll come and decide that we're some sort of evil supervillainous organization and come to rout us and take us away to prison or something. Usually the island's creatures are more than enough just to dissuade them. But occasionally we've had to move along, exercise additional precautions. Yes, well, the island didn't used to be alive, you see. It was originally fixed to the seafloor, but through a few decades of genetic engineering and bioengineering and things, it's now a whole organism that can go where it likes. It, of course, listens to me, follows my suggestions usually, but should things get sticky, we simply submerge and then arrive elsewhere once things are safe. Hasn't happened since, I think the last time was 1949, or was it 50? Anyway.
So what would happen if, you died or something?
Well, I don't like to think about that, but I would always hope that someone would come along and pick up the mantle of Dr. Darwin and continue with my research, or at least maintain this place as a sanctuary for those who don't quite fit out in the real world. I will tell you, the need is great and growing every day. So, enjoy, have your walk, go for a swim, order room service, do whatever you'd like, and perhaps talk amongst yourselves about whether you'd like to, at least temporarily, take further advantage of my hospitality. I have a few additional experiments underway in my laboratory. I should probably go see to them before they run out of control. Enjoy. Ta-ta. And he will hobble away.
I feel like I should pull a lesson out of this.
You probably should.
Probably always control your own destiny or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Don't see why not. What do you do? What happens?
I think we should go for a walk, guys, outside
That
in
sounds good.
nature.
Yep.
Yeah, sounds great.
My stomach kind of hurt.
Right. Zap's digestion is wrecked. Yep. You'll get up. You'll start to Tilly will probably start to try to clear up the many stacks of little plates And then a little swarm of smaller spider monkeys will come up and kind of bat your hand away. And then they'll take turns loading it, like loading a plate on top of one of the spider monkeys. It'll fold up two of its arms to hold on and then scuttle off across the floor. They'll see to it. Tommy will be like, "Oh, I'm gonna head down to the arcade. If you guys want to join later."
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, cool. Hey, the doc is really like cool. I know this is a lot, but he's nice. He's the only person that I know who hasn't been afraid of me.
Well, you're useful to him, to be fair.
Maybe, but I just think it's probably just the way he is. When he looks at what I can do, he just thinks about like the possibility and sees the best, and everyone else either wants me to do bad things or is afraid. So
Well,
just give him a chance.
with you can add 5 more to people who aren't afraid of you and don't want you to do bad things.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Okay, bye. And he'll wander off. A little like, oh yeah, a corgipede. A little small corgipede appears in Blastarella's lap because he liked what you said, and so you feel a little tug on your ankle and look down, and you see a little corgi looking up at you. And then as it climbs up your leg to curl around your lap, you see it's very, very long. It has like eight little sets of legs. It kind of curls around and looks at you, kind of shows its belly and waves its little stumpy legs at you.
It likes you.
Little pats.
Yeah.
She's not a dog person, but you know she's not a bug person either, and this has aspects of both. But she's still gonna treat it, kindly and
But it's
pet it.
super cute. So he moves along. And I mean, he doesn't, like, that was a purely subconscious thing that happened. He doesn't, like, he didn't make it happen. It just popped up in response to you being nice to him. Cool. So he heads off down to the arcade. What do you do?
Go for a
Go
walk.
for a walk.
Sure.
With Zip. I'm gonna help Zap.
I mean, we
walk
don't
off.
even really need to go by these names anymore, to be fair.
Yeah, he seems to know way more about us than he probably should.
I mean, I think they just went overboard in trying to make us look like villains, and they didn't really need to.
Well, I think
Yeah.
I spoke to Zap about this earlier. I think it was to get out of Halcyon City, not as us.
Yeah.
So we had a conversation earlier where I was like, do we need to still be these people? But clearly we don't. And in a bit, I will wash all this makeup off because this wig itches.
Cool. So you go and clean yourselves up.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
It's finally
Change.
a chance for Amish to take off the sunglasses and actually see what's happening.
I'm gonna go ahead and change into just a pair of jeans, sneakers, and it's a tropical island. She ain't putting on a hoodie. It's too damn hot for that nonsense.
Let's drop it.
Put up with this.
Are we outside? Have we gone for a walk?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna say to Tilly, while we're not in the hotel-y thing, are you ready, Tilly? This is just
She's trying to.
Is this a TikTok trend?
No, it's sign language.
Yes.
But
Billy probably knows this,
Tilly would know it.
but I don't know this.
So it is, can you make a dome over us so they can't read our thoughts.
Canonically,
I
yes.
will- Yeah, to codify it, I will just use a burn point to use another moat and
Yeah.
just kind of create a sphere around us that will
Yeah.
block everything.
And technically, burn goes away at the end of the scene, and you have to charge up again.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. This
That's
is all.
right.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
This is a non-combat utilization, so I'm happy to
Okay.
have you use it.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you do have stored in your memory banks the frequencies that you use to block the telepathic intrusion of the fear monster.
Mhm.
So yeah, easy enough.
Yeah.
So a slightly shimmering, translucent, opalescent dome covers the team.
Oh. So, what was our directive from? Why did we come here?
I think we were
They
just
gain intel and
observing.
information about Dr. Darwin and the island and the experiments.
So we were just here on an information gathering mission.
Pretty much. And we've seemed to have done all of that, but at the same time, I kind of don't want to leave. I don't want to go back to the city.
Well, I
do,
mean-
but I don't. You know, I'm torn here.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, we can definitely gather a bit more information because he said we could go in the labs and stuff, and we haven't obviously been in the labs.
Yeah.
I would like to go to the labs.
But we do know that obviously he's been doing genetic experiments with splicing different DNAs together and creating different types of creatures. We are aware that he has at least 2 other teen superpowered young people. One who we've faced before, so we know what their skill set is. And then obviously Tommy, who sounds extremely dangerous. But we don't know what he's...
And Squid
extremely
Kid.
dangerous, but at the same time, you know, as the doc said, it read to me that his powers are controlled by his emotions. So if you think my temper tantrum was bad, how bad would his be if he became emotionally unstable? That's terrifying.
Yeah,
But he seems
that's why I
happy
said he's
here.
extremely dangerous.
If he stays on the island, then he'll be fine.
Yeah, but
You
what
just
I'm
would
saying
want to
is
lock
we
him in
don't...
some room and keep him suppressed.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to see what's happening essentially behind the scenes. Like this just, it feels like a facade.
Too good to be true.
I mean, the
It's
The
too
feel
good
that
to
I
be
got-
true.
from him was that he's being genuine, but like he's got a lot of other things going on at the same time, and it's not just what we're doing. I don't think he's trying to trick us in any way. I think this is a genuine offer. It's just how do we consider it?
That's the thing, isn't it? Like, a villain doesn't think they're doing anything wrong because they're going by their set of their mantra. Their mantra is this. Like, their mantra is
But
that
at the
this
same
should
time,
happen. You see what I mean?
how many
So-
villains are just misunderstood by society because they just don't agree with what they're doing?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. They're going by their own set of values and their own set of rules, so that just isn't in line with what society thinks. So he may not come across like he's got ill intentions because to him it's not ill-intentioned. But to the rest of the society it could be. So it's really difficult.
but also he's like completely isolated himself. I mean, I'm not gonna say that I agree necessarily with what's going on with all the animal splicing stuff. That's a little weird, but it's not like he's unleashing them on Halcyon City and trying to kill millions of innocents, you know?
Well,
Like,
and also
he
they
just
don't
wants
seem
to do what he
mean.
wants to do.
Like, have you seen this Manny?
It is very, very good.
Like,
Although
come on.
hamsters brushing my hair was really weird, and then
The
flicking it
hamsters.
with, like,
Mm. That was I don't think I was okay with that. Like, do you know what's really strange is the little creatures, the ones that are creeping me out the most here right now.
The biggest
Like-
one creeped me out the most.
Daniel,
you didn't like Daniel?
how did Daniel creep you out? You didn't have a hamster in your hair.
Sloths are disgusting.
What's disgusting? Sloths.
Yes. They're really stupid, gross creatures that grab onto their own arms instead of tree branches and kill themselves.
Is this because they
And they're
move slowly?
super creepy.
And
It's
you don't-
creepy.
Okay.
It's weird.
But a fish that has lots of eyes and comes out of the water and explodes into a gas of smoke, and there's more baby tiny fish inside them. That's not creepy,
Right, that's scary.
right?
It was
That doesn't
scary.
take away from the fact that
I mean, the moths coming out of him were a bit bizarre, but Daniel himself was pretty cool.
I feel like we're getting a little off topic here.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. But I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. It would be nice to be away for a while.
To be honest, I did not expect that potion to work. That is surprising to me.
if you still look
how
like
was it?
nanobots or something,
It's weird.
you should probably check your systems.
I mean, I guess I probably should check my systems, huh? It seemed alright. It was doing things. We can do some self-diagnostics here.
No roll
I-
needed.
Okay.
It is a separate nanite mechanism that is designed to enhance your olfactory and gustatorial senses that communicates into your sensors, but it hasn't like altered your programming in any way.
All right.
It's
so now
it's
I have-
like a plug-in.
Cool. I have 2 sets of nanites now.
Yes.
And
I'll get more later. I'm going to collect them all.
In Deadlock's head as well is if we stay on this island, Impact sweats a little bit, not knowing where we are, what we're doing.
I mean, the main thing that bothers me right now about the island is obviously with all the creatures being telepathic, there is no privacy.
Yeah.
And
super great.
that kind of juxtaposes for me with this whole you can be who you want to be, you have this complete freedom, all this thing that he's
but they
saying,
know
but then
everything
it's like,
you're doing.
well, they know everything you're thinking, and that's even worse than what you're doing, because you could be thinking, oh my God, I've really got to have a big fart right now, but this is not the appropriate time. Right? You could be thinking that, and they'll
then a
know
bunch of
that you
little
need to
creatures
fart.
come up to fan away.
Yeah, do you see what I mean? Like,
Dr. Darwin also has that ability.
Oh, he said he did.
No,
No,
he said he
doesn't.
didn't.
He
Yeah.
said he doesn't.
He said he no longer has that gene.
Yes.
Okay, so then
removed
he was just reading the room when she was looking at her bracers, trying to get.
Yeah. He just saw you looking at
Okay.
them.
Yeah, he
So-
can disengage me from.
Maybe-
this.
Dr. Darwin can remove your ability to fart so you don't have to think about it.
But farting's an essential part of the digestive
I think that's
process.
beside the
Does it
point,
have to
Billy.
be an essential part of your digestive process?
doesn't.
Yeah.
You could
it
just
has-
remove it from your digestive process. That is evolution.
Yeah. You could be photosynthetic. You could be beyond vegan. He could make you photosynthetic.
Oh. I don't know if I want to have gene splicing done. My point more than anything about the fart, like I'm not talking about the farting. I'm just talking.
We're talking a
more,
lot about farting.
yeah, I'm more talking about the fact that, you know, you will not get a single private moment.
You could ask for a gene to block your brain from being
I don't
telepathically read.
want gene splicing, Tilly.
Oh, right. You did just mention that. I'm sorry.
Other options.
Alternatively, you could just, and this is coming from somebody who had this power, you can just ask them not to listen to your thoughts.
But I don't know if they can help it because that's the way they communicate. And also I can ask them, but, you know, no shade or anything. But asking someone not to read your thoughts doesn't necessarily mean they won't.
I mean, for me, it was one of those things where it was a constant buzz. Like, it was always there. Your thoughts were always there. I could always kind of
so
tell
that's what I'm
who
saying.
was there.
That's what I'm saying. I can't. So asking them not to, if they can't control it, if that's their way of communicating, then that's it. That's my main issue.
They have other ways of communicating. I was able to communicate with the pandadillos easily enough just by talking to them. They do understand us. They just also have the enhanced ability to hear your thoughts. The surface thoughts. I don't know if
To be fair, when you're
deep thoughts.
saying something, you're probably also thinking it.
Yeah.
I mean, regardless, it's probably a problem that could be solved if you have
Agent Fade, come in.
How are they getting through this?
It's not telepathic.
I guess so.
I know, but I don't know.
It's electronic.
Agent Fade, are you in position? Have you infiltrated the enemy forces?
Yes.
Have you secured the defense nullification frequencies?
Oh, is that my new objective?
We believe you would have been given a device of some sort that would counteract the defenses of the island.
Yeah. I got that. We got it.
Strike team incoming. Transmit.
No.
Transmit.
No.
Transmit now.
Oh my god.
What are you doing?
Oh, why would you tell them?
We have a what?
We have a problem. And then
everyone has
would go back to keeping secrets.
the only things that you guys pick up on are what Fade has said. The rest of it is through a subdermal transceiver.
What was that, Fade?
We've only heard no, yes.
There's a strike team coming in.
Why?
I don't know.
What does the strike team consist
What do you
of?
think we got?
I don't know.
What did they say to
On the
you?
island? Oh my god.
They asked if we were on the island, if we were in position. They asked if we were given a device. And then as soon as I told them yes, we were given a device,
Meaning,
they said a strike team was coming in.
Why would you tell them?
Because I'm required to.
they really
I've
didn't
been
ask
there
more.
for ages.
Oh my god.
But you were just saying that you thought you might want to stay here.
Can
I'm
you
so
not
confused.
contact them back?
Try.
Contact them back and tell them that's not how it works. It's not just an on-off switch.
I don't think. I'll
Like,
try.
it's that thing you're wearing around your neck, right? So they're going to
the strike
get
team is
attacked.
not going to apply to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell them it's personal. It's a personal device.
Okay.
Before they get here.
Like, they might die.
Obviously, I'm going to attempt to do all of this. I'm going to attempt to lie my ass off.
But he's
So
not
you're
lying.
It is a personal device. Look, we've gotten very good at admitting certain truths, but we're still kind of telling the
No,
truth.
it's not lying. Like
Really,
it's a device that we all have to wear so that the creatures of the thing don't attack us. And so if you're wearing it and the strike team land on the beach, they're getting attacked.
Well, then that sounds like an ish you, not an ish me for them. Let the
How
fish
do you
people eat them.
How do you think
they're gonna
Aegis is going to
respond to
react to you if you have brought them in to get attacked on the beach? And then how do you think Darwin's going to be with us when they see an Aegis strike team on the beach? Like, we are not going to come out well in this scenario.
Well, some of those agents are just doing their job. Like, they don't really deserve to get eaten by weird fish things.
It's true.
I mean,
But they also
neither
don't need to
do
be
we.
Agent
attacking
Fate
us.
reports.
They don't know what they're getting
The
into.
device that was given was to prevent the creatures from attacking us. We don't have any other device. I'm saying this out loud. This is what you guys are hearing, so obviously somebody is talking to me now. Call off the strike team, please.
Strike team inbound. 13
No.
minutes. Contingencies will be put in place. Stand ready for extraction.
Guys,
What's
they're
happening?
not listening. They're not listening. The strike team will be here in 13 minutes.
We need to go warn them.
Yeah.
And maybe
Need
we
to
can
go
move the
warn.
island or something before they get here.
Ooh, that would be fun.
Or at least have non-lethal measures to stop them from.
So that they
Yeah,
don't get
he-
eaten by
he
creepy
said-
starfish things?
He said that the island can go underwater.
Blub, blub.
Who said
Yeah.
the island could go underwater?
Dr.
Does
Darwin.
it have to go under the water though? Could it just
Not if we move
float
quickly.
away?
All right.
I'm gonna
Barrier
cancel the
down. We're
field.
booking it to wherever Dr. Darwin is.
Organize your thoughts, everybody.
Like ass.
So what happens?
We head down to the lab. That's where he was. Oh, does someone want to go warn Tommy?
No.
Yeah,
If you go
I'll go.
directly, if
Well,
you
you
go
don't know where
directly-
the lab is.
No, we
Yeah,
need to
no,
ask. We need to ask the monkey. Where is the monkey?
Yeah.
The
Okay.
reception monkey.
You all come skidding into the lobby, and the little monkey looks up. He's reading. Like, you can just see the cover. It's some sort of like, busty bosoms, heaving breasts kind of romance novel. And he kind of just puts it away and then looks at you and
Spicy
like,
book.
takes off the fez and puts on the little top hat. Ook.
We need to get to Dr. Darwin immediately. And I'm just going to blurt it out. There's an Aegis strike team inbound within the next 10 minutes.
Ook.
Yes, big group, let's go.
You see him reach underneath and press a button, and then whoop 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 whoop. It's a very similar whoop whoop to the Karen alert, but it's a different color. Pandadillos come bustling out of everywhere. Spider monkeys crawl out of little vents. Mostly what they're doing is they're pulling down blast shields over all the windows. There's just a hustle. All sorts of creatures that you weren't even aware of just kind of burst out of little vents and little holes and little doors and start running around doing stuff. Tommy comes running in. There's a flicker of shadow and negative space appears. Hey guys, what's going on? And
Aegis is
negative space is
coming.
like, what did you all do? I knew we shouldn't trust you.
Look, we didn't do anything. Fade is the one that started blurting stuff out without consulting anyone else.
Listen, I don't
So-
Granted,
think
we did come
This-
here with initial intention,
This
but
is a
I didn't think
non-issue.
it was going to be like this.
Like
We literally do not have time for this. We need
Like-
to figure out what's going on.
I need to get the
and
chip
how-
out of her brain.
I need to get a lot of things out of my brain.
Okay, cool.
I didn't even know there was a brain.
Could we take the island underwater? Is that a possibility? And does anybody know how to do it? Because to hide it, I mean, don't worry, Spectre. We'll pretend that we're still above water.
It's just a big aquarium with a giant.
No,
tube.
that's worse.
We'll be okay.
No,
Like
no.
if they
fine, we need to do it,
arrive
it's fine.
and there's no island, then that might help. So
No, we need to do
instead
it.
of arguing about
Fine.
fault, can we just do something?
We just need to.
I'll go tell the doctor. What's happening, guys?
I think in my head, and I aim it at one of the animals. I'm like, what a bitch.
The monkey kind of goes,
And we're like,
kind of tips his hat at you, and then goes scurrying around.
It's just an Aegis strike team, honestly.
Yeah, it's 8 minutes away now.
Yeah.
I wouldn't worry too much, Tommy.
What's no? You said strike team. What's it?
It's okay. We're
Yeah,
gonna take
but
care of it. It's
They're
not
no
gonna be a
match for
problem.
like us, all of the animals, Doctor Darwin. No offense.
You don't understand. Nothing here is built to fight.
Yeah,
We are.
We're not.
It's just us, guys. It's literally just us. Because Tommy has to stay happy.
Are you sure?
He doesn't
nothing here
look
is built to
happy.
fight?
Tommy, I'm gonna need you to be happy, okay?
You can make a comfort and support at disadvantage because just telling someone to be happy is not super
It's like-
effective.
I don't think that's how it works.
Yeah, that's not at all how it works.
No, it's definitely gonna be one of those. Tommy, I need you to focus.
Okay.
Remember the quirky peed you gave me? Super cute. You may not have realized it, but it was absolutely precious and adorable, and I loved it.
Roll plus mundane.
It's definitely one of those. Why are you angry? I'm not angry. No, seriously, why are you angry? Now I'm fucking angry. Because you're telling me how I feel situation.
All right. Let's see.
Doctor Darwin literally said that we could move
9
that.
plus 2 makes it
People have
11.
tried.
Major Bane.
Son of a bitch.
Disadvantage plus major pain. Yikes.
Ooh. I am not seducing Tommy, Cat Daddy. Stop that.
He's also
Damn
not
it.
into it, but that's a whole other situation.
She wasn't flirting with him anyway. Flirting gets her in trouble. She's understood that. No love life.
Roll again.
And once again, fate is going to extremes.
Yeah.
It's not though.
I really don't want to try to copy this guy's power because what if I get upset?
You should definitely copy his
14.
power, actually.
Major Bane.
He has so many.
God.
Oh, God.
10.
God.
Major Bane.
Oh, God damn it.
This is what I should have done in Team Magic
I
Academy.
saved them all up.
8, 9, 10.
Fine. Minor Bane.
Thank you, Die.
So, he will mark potential.
He will or I will?
He will.
Okay. I'm gonna give him a gentle side hug.
As he gets
That's
as he gets slightly more powerful. But he doesn't clear a
okay.
condition because the whole just feel better, not effective. So, and by the way, all of those should have been at disadvantage, which means roll 3 and take the 2 lowest. So, anyway, it doesn't help him clear his condition. But he does mark potential.
She's afraid. Great.
Yeah. So he's kind of freaking out. A rhinoceros appears in the hallway and begins charging around.
Oh, shit.
Oh boy.
Tumbling down the stairs are a bunch of living teddy bears who kind of toddle up on their feet, and then they kind of look at you all, and then their little chests start to glow different colors, and it's just like it's like a light show.
They've gone
Care Bears.
They're Care Bears
They're photos. Yeah. Yeah.
Put your hand up if you
Bioluminescent bears.
Oh boy.
They just stand there and glow at you and try to like pet you and calm you while the rhinoceros runs around knocking over potted plants. What's happening?
Tommy. So, did you still want to go to the arcade?
There's going to be an attack, though. We have to do something.
I think you overestimate Aegis, but I mean,
they're going to come and they're going to take everything. They're going to take me away.
We're not going to let them.
Yeah, nope.
yeah, especially Aegis. I don't mean to brag or anything, but we held our own against some of the most powerful heroes. So,
What do you?
And if they hadn't told us to stand down and chill a little bit, we probably would have whooped their asses.
Yeah. What do you do? I mean,
what games are in the arcade?
This is not a time for games. The island is about to be under attack.
So your powers, you have the ability to like make the rhino disappear if you were in the right mindset, right?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna try to copy his powers.
Are you?
I'm calm, cool, and collected.
Excellent.
I don't like Michael's
Excellent.
reverse. I don't like Michael's tone. Take it back, SJ.
Uno reverse.
Take a powerful blow, Deadlock.
Oh gosh.
Oh no.
I'm just gonna use a major.
No.
for this one.
Okay, fine.
Okay, cool. 4.
Good. You are able barely to absorb into yourself the minuscule portion of the life field that is represented by the rhino.
That was super hard. Okay.
You for a moment find yourself in a white space, kind of free floating. Everything around you is this golden white radiance. It is the purest life force. It is everywhere around you. It is connected to every living thing. And in that moment, you're able to focus and kind of just pull through yourself, pull the portion of that nearly infinite life force that represented the rhino and distribute it back into this vast white space. There is, however, a dark corner that you're momentarily aware of. And then you snap back. But yes, that was quite difficult.
Okay, I'm definitely not going to be able to do that under stress.
I mean, you can until you can't.
Yeah.
And then if you roll poorly, you lose control of your powers in a horrifying, destructive way.
Yeah. Anyway, as you can see, Tommy, I have everything under control. I can copy anybody's powers, including anything he just threw.
Wow, that's really cool. Strike team arriving in 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Ask him where.
Where are they dropping?
The island at your coordinates. Suggest you move
At
away
our
from the
coordinates.
suggest you move away from the target.
I'm going to recommend the beach. It's safer there.
No. We have the coordinates and long range scans of the facility. We will be locking it down momentarily. Suggest you move away to avoid collateral damage. Aegis out.
They don't listen to me, guys.
Yeah,
Of course not. You're a teenager.
Look, are our costumes clean?
Yes.
Cool. Well,
We have 4 minutes until they're here. They're
Great.
coming.
let's suit up and do what we do best.
Hang on. I'm going to hurry over to Tilly and literally whisper in her ear, they're coming directly here to the base. Don't panic. I'll do that for each of them so that Tommy doesn't lose his shit.
Okay. You had thought about your costumes. A couple of pendadillos kind of waddle up with little crinkly, sparkly bags that have your stuff in them. They have like the embossed golden double D in them, and they like hand out like little goodie bags. Actually, in fact, there are little like wrapped soaps and little like shampoo bottles and things in each. Little monogram towels.
Hey, Tommy.
And then they go
you
back
should probably
to battening down the hatches.
Go with negative space. For a little bit while we take care of this.
I don't go there.
Why not? It could be a super safe space for you while we're
No.
Look.
I can't. I can't.
Yeah.
I tried one time and it was real bad.
I don't think you need to be right here, Tommy. So
You
why
have a safe space that you can go to.
Yeah,
Tommy.
this island.
Okay.
Yeah,
We
but a
live in the
safer
island.
place, like a
You
safe
have a
room.
safer place.
No, this whole place is safe, or at least it was.
Where's your favorite place?
Arcade? Waterfall, maybe?
Okay, so why don't you go get yourself set up in the arcade, brace for anything, but we might need to be protecting this place. But we need you to not completely lose it in order to do that.
I can keep it under control.
But
You don't know me.
I have faith. I have faith in you. You can do it. I believe in you.
There's a very loud roar, and all the the silverware and all the pretty little magazines on the tables rumble. Something massive puts its eye up against one of the windows that hasn't been battened yet. It's a T-Rex.
yeah, of course.
I can
Take it over
control it.
the lock thing.
Good. That's what we need you to do. That's a good thing.
Guys.
So we're going to
Guys,
defend the island, right?
That's a dinosaur. He's
Yeah.
working with us.
Non-lethally if possible.
He goes and runs out, and you can see him. Cause this is up pretty high. You can see him run, throw open some French doors that kind of look a balcony that goes down like hundreds and hundreds of feet to the lagoon below, and you just see him dive out into space, and then a pterodactyl swoops down and grabs him around the shoulders and flies off with him.
Okay, that was pretty badass.
So, what are you doing? Strike team inbound 90 seconds.
In the background,
Okay.
Tilly was probably getting dressed the whole time.
Yeah.
Trying on different shoes, multiple hats.
Get some stuff on.
I'm
and
looking at
meet the team.
the pandadillos and going, we need Dr. Darwin immediately.
We need to get ready to fight
Yeah, I'm gonna
and
be
give
meeting
them
the
time to
strike
do what
team.
they need to do.
You hear over the intercom, "Oh, well, this is most unexpected. Seems your friends have decided that now is a fortuitous time to try and stop us. I will be activating the island's defenses. Suggest you get to a good, safe distance. Sorry our acquaintance was cut short in such an unfortunate way, but well, these things happen, don't they? All right, goodbye. Enjoy your goodie bags."
I'm gonna take that as our cue to make our way quickly back to our boat, because if he's going to sink this thing, we're gonna be swimming in the water.
Yeah, but Tommy
Just
jumped
left.
out.
Tommy will be fine.
They've got it. They've survived this long without us. They do not need us here.
Look, if
Alright,
he just wants to show up and get eaten by dinosaurs, that's their decision. We tried to warn him. Our job is done.
We gotta look after Tommy. We just sent him
Yeah.
outside. All
I
right.
tried to send him to the arcade, and he took that as, "Let me jump out the window."
He can summon giant dinosaurs.
You tried to treat it. You
and,
tried to
like,
treat him like a kid who couldn't take care of himself, and he is a teenager.
Yeah.
He's very clearly going through some
Someone
shit,
probably
too.
understands that. Don't worry, kid. We've got this. Go play your little games. Is maybe not the most effective way to deal with a teenager.
I'm gonna take my swag bag and attempt to book it to the boat.
All right.
And I use my blasters to kind of, push me forward, low key like how I used to do.
You can blast giant holes in the ground.
I mean, if it'll get me from point A to point B faster, then I'm gonna do it.
Go ahead and unleash your powers, and we'll see what happens.
All right, let's see.
I really need to get somebody that knows how to fly on this team so I can copy them.
Super jump is great.
Super jump is great.
8. That's a 7.
Cool. Minor bane.
6 now. I guess I'm walking.
Yeah, you blast into the ground, and the entire island shudders. And you hear a low
Oh,
yeah.
It's alive. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I'm running. Running. No more powers, just running.
So,
Yep.
what's happening?
I don't want to go to the beach.
We have to go to the beach. Come along, Spectre.
I don't want to get back on the boat.
I'm doing the thing, grabbing Spectre's hand and running out, and it's like dragging her behind.
Like, no, can't we just stay and punch people instead?
Well, at about that time, 3 jet copters streak overhead. And
We
then
can punch people on the way.
And then begin flying in a formation around the skull of the island.
Oh, I'm going with you guys. It's fine. Just
What do you do?
We
keep running to the
I assume we're all running towards the boat.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really do anything if they're not doing anything.
You can borrow people's powers even without them using them themselves.
Well, right, but if they're leaving and I go jet my way up there, then they're gone, and then I'm just...
It's all up to
We
you
might
guys.
change our plan if someone decides to go attack the jets.
so we can see the jets.
Yeah.
Cool. I want to activate my moment of truth.
Ooh. What is that?
People have always tried to define you by your lineage, as if from the moment you were born, you were meant to be some villain to be defeated. But they're right, aren't they? That darkness is in you, so right here, right now, you're not fighting it, you're embracing it, both hero and villain and greater besides. You're overcoming impossible odds in ways no hero would approve of and no villain could comprehend. Of course, after seeing what you can really do when you embrace the whole of yourself, the rest of the world isn't going to forget who you really are.
Cool.
And I would like to... I have my little utility belt on. I'm going to take it off. And naturally, it transforms into a giant rocket launcher. And I am going to shoot every single one of those jets down.
Yep.
Whoa,
Yep.
whoa. God, you're just...
So as everyone is running forward,
Blow 'em up.
Spectre just skids to a stop, and a look of just like determination and freedom comes over Spectre's face. You see the utility belt whip off, and then as it transforms, Daniel the Veslotharaptor kind of comes forward and lowers his head.
Yes.
Spectre hops on the neck, and then he begins trundling up until there's a clearing in the trees, so you're up on top. You can see combat mechs beginning to drop out of the attack copters that have now formed their kind of station holding around the facility. And then you fire probably like 15 micro rockets that zoom out blow up 2 of the helicopters, hit one in the rear rotor, and it begins to spin around very rapidly before crashing into the side of the mountain. Combat mechs being flown out. A few more of the rockets just explode in midair. Just hot rain of metal of exploded combat mechs.
Did they eject?
I mean, they're mechs.
I mean, the ones that blew up. The like helicopter, there's people in the no.
It's just robots.
It's just robots.
fine.
Yeah, he just doesn't
Sorry,
risk
Tilly.
he just doesn't risk people's lives.
Casually looks around at the 5 of us.
I mean,
If they're robots,
except for
then,
teenagers.
Yeah, I'll be borrowing Rez's powers for this.
So
one.
then you pull the thing apart and it chunks back down to your utility belt.
Yeah.
And
Back on.
Daniel the Velociraptor kind of goes, "Moo," which is what he does for like a mighty roar.
Nice. I give him a hug and then do that thing where you like slide down the back and then
Yeah.
like flip off the
You
tail.
slide
do a
the
couple
little
flips.
tail, do a couple flips, and 3-point landing
Land.
as there's a cascade of moths that puff out behind you.
Yeah, your costume needs to be laundered again.
You do have a green stripe across the back. What is everyone else
it's fine.
doing?
If there's more mechs, I'm gonna borrow Rez's powers.
I'm standing in shock like. That's it.
But so Deadlock, you borrow Resonance's powers. What do you do?
Trying to take out some mechs,
Yeah.
disrupt them, disable them.
I'm
A big, huge, low flying, like bomber style jet buzzes past the facility, and you can just see dozens of mechs dropping off of the bottom. What happens?
Directly engaging a threat.
Yep.
What is my danger? Ooh, my danger's 2. Okay. Okay, so I got a 9. I'll minor boon it to make it a 10.
Okay.
So I'll do resist their blows and take something from them, which is probably like a few mechs.
Oh, yeah. Or more than a few. Inspired by Spectre, just like letting loose and just like, you want a villain, you got a villain. A little bit of that vibe of, you want angsty teen? I will show you angsty teen.
And listen to us. Like, this is what they get.
And it's full on Sith Lord force lightning, just arcing up into the air. And it's, of course, it's electromagnetic, so you're even using it to like grab some of these mechs and fling them into boulders. Yeah. It's quite powerful. Unexpected resistance. Please advise.
We told you not to come.
I mean,
Is
Fade
that
hears
to
it.
me?
Yeah, Fade hears
No,
this.
Yeah, they can't talk
I'm
to
not
us.
listening. Nope, I'm not listening anymore. Nope.
Okay.
I'm firing blasters, even if it means that I'm going to jail for it. Shit's getting shot.
All right, directly engage.
I am going to first use because I've had a moment or two before we get started, which is one of my moves. When you have time to closely observe your opposition before a fight, roll plus savior. On a plus 10, hold 3. On 7 and 9, hold 2. On a miss, hold 1 and mark a condition.
Yep.
During the fight, you can spend your hold to name a character you observe and redirect their attack to another character
Okay.
or to nowhere into a wall or sky.
Yep.
So
Cool.
I'm going with the move from my playbook because
Do it.
everybody else gets to be badass.
Do it. Roll it up.
6. Math is hard. 11, 12, 13.
More than enough. So you hold 3?
Yep. I'm going to redirect their attacks into themselves.
Okay. A much larger mech. This one appears to have its own propulsion capabilities, like jet boots, basically. begins, it flies by and then kicks its legs out to slow down and begins making its way down directly. A bunch of like rocket launchers pop out the back. And it looks like it's beginning to target actually we see a little frame of targeting reticules moving around and then locking onto the hotel structure. And then you, being aware of this, just send a series of force blasts at it that started spinning around in the middle of the air as it releases its rockets. And more of these smaller mechs are blown up. Tilly, Resonance, what are you doing?
I have shook my head like, in the cartoon where it makes that blah, 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 blah noise. Yeah. And I've realized that we're now fighting back, and I've seen Deadlock use my powers, so I'm like, oh, okay, I guess that's what we're doing. So I do the same thing.
Okay.
Zip and zap.
All right. Roll to directly engage unless you're trying to do something environmental, in which case it would be unleash your powers.
No, I'm zipping and lapping.
All right.
Okay, I rolled a 9.
Plus freak.
And it's plus freak. It's 1, so 10.
Excellent. Make your choices.
Basic moves. Okay. On a 10, pick 2. I would probably resist or avoid their blows and create an opportunity for your allies.
All right.
Because that's what we're doing. We're fighting it. So
yeah, you will say, picking up on what Deadlock was kind of just intuitively doing, kind of manipulating the electromagnetic fields and realizing that enough electric current will magnetize these bots. You pick up on that and create almost like a point of ball lightning, like maybe 20 feet above the ground, that these bots that are paratrooping in, as well as some of those that have already landed on the ground, are just like, you can see them like trying to scramble and to get perched on the ground, but they're all kind of pulled together, and there is now a big ball of mechs that are being held together by the electromagnetic force, which creates an opportunity for Tilly to do something.
Cool.
There's this big sparking ball of mechs floating above the ground.
Right.
What do you do?
Team Rocket's blasting off again. Giant baseball bat. We're going to smash them.
Yeah.
Of course, I still -2 to directly engage a threat, so we'll see how this goes.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. What's directly engaging a threat again? It's
Danger.
Danger. Okay. So I rolled a 10. -2 is 8. And my danger is 0.
All right.
So we'll leave it.
Don't we?
I mean, we have 85
Isn't
So
that
many minor wounds.
and team.
Yeah, I was
And
gonna say in teams. This is a team moment.
It is.
I just realized I used my freak and not my danger because I got it mixed up with unleash your powers. So I'm going to use a minor
Okay.
wound just to make it fair.
Yeah.
Because that would have been my danger 0,
Okay.
not 1. Okay. Oh, bubbles. Shh.
So, Tilly,
Sorry.
could you use a couple minor boons?
Sure.
All right.
Unless someone wants to describe team for a thing.
Well, do you have a leader?
I mean, I put one team into the pool.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Spectre in this moment.
Yeah, I think
would
so.
agree.
Okay.
I would agree that actually in this situation, Spectre is the leader because we took their lead.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Spectre, do you have influence over everyone?
No, I don't have influence over Fade.
Does everyone have the same purpose in the fight?
Yep.
Yeah.
Does anyone mistrust Spectre?
Nah.
Not right now.
Not in this situation.
Are you
I was
ill-
a little worried when I didn't,
Right.
when I wasn't sure that it was.
Are you ill
machines.
prepared or off balance?
I mean,
I
we
would
knew
say
they were
we're
coming.
off
You knew.
balance.
I'm going to say you knew they were coming.
Yeah.
You're not well prepared, but you're not like surprised.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So that is going to give you 2, 3, 4, 5, 16.
All right, so you see Tilly like just manifesting a very large, like hard light baseball bat that I presume like they're starting to wiggle out of the thing. So Resident of like hold them in place.
Yep. Yep. And spend a team to
So
give you
on the
the.
hips.
Yep. So residents just digs in and puts more of this force lightning at them, and those that were starting to kind of like fall away just get crunched in even deeper. And then Tilly's giant hard light baseball bat swings for the back bleachers, and the ball holds together just from the residual electric field, and just see them like flung hundreds of feet into the air out over the ocean, and then finally once it gets out of range, the electromagnetic force fades, and it just like a little pinata of robots that plop 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 into the ocean.
Yes, Tilly. Yes.
All right. What happens now? You're still moving in the general direction of the cigar boat.
Is Aegis still trying to contact me?
Well, at this point, like whoever it was that was communicating has left it open, and you hear some panicked. First wave totally destroyed, sir. 80% of our combat mechs are disabled. It's like, well, it's time to send in the big guns.
Get the big guns coming, guys.
So,
Guys, there's more
Tell them to
coming.
call off the assault.
in
They
the
don't listen to me.
there's a big roiling cloud, because like I said before, there's like thick cloud cover kind of in a perimeter around the island. It looks like a piece of that cloud begins to move, like an extrusion of cloud begins to move, and then it parts. It's one of Aegis's helicarriers.
I'm
Have you told them that they may inadvertently cause the end of the world? Has that been something that you've communicated to them?
No, because they don't listen to me, but I'm gonna try. Hey guys, you should really call off this assault. Otherwise, we're gonna keep kicking your ass
No,
and protecting this
That's
island.
not what I was saying to say to them. I was saying you were going to cause
It's
the end of
fine.
the
You'll
world.
go to jail. I am.
I'll be nice and say, I'm sorry we didn't catch that part, Faye. There's a lot of interference. You need to get yourself to safety.
We
No,
can't.
We're talking about Tommy, not us.
There are powers on this island that can destroy the entire planet. You need to call off this assault.
Yeah, why would you send us on an intelligence mission without taking the intelligence first?
Because they're,
Idiots.
yeah,
Adults think they know everything.
basically.
Not a very well thought out plan.
Basically, thank you, Agent Fade. We're rerunning the threat assessments, but the helicarrier is here. That'll take
We're
care of
not
everything.
leaving. No. If
By
you
everything,
destroy this
mhm.
island, you will destroy the entire world.
So, you have made your way close to the shore. As the island rises up, you all kind of like slip and slide a little bit, down toward the beach. The good news is that your little starfish friends don't seem to be around. And the water line is rapidly receding. Something huge, like skyscraper sized, raises up out of the water. It is a head, like a turtle-like head, that kind of rises up, just sheets of water cascading off of it. And it kind of turns and looks up at the helicarrier. You see, especially you, Tilly, with your ability to really focus in your binocular vision, telescopic vision, you see kind of up near the helicarrier is a teenage boy being carried aloft by a pterodactyl. And then you see pop, 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 pop above the helicarrier. Just a zoo of creatures. Elephants, mammoths, stegosauruses, whales. Just lots of big, heavy. There's a phalanx of marlins that appear, pointed nose down, and they just begin to rain down on the helicarrier. And there's a little bit of a "Yeehaw, Artax" moment that you can just barely pick up with your audio receptors as thousands of massive creatures apparate above and begin raining down and crashing. Like a rhino goes barreling straight through the command deck. You see just a number of creatures, some of which, like as they fall, they take flight, just diving into the rotors and then disappearing in little puffs of white light. Things are not going well above the helicarrier. What do you do?
Darn.
I think that's our cue to leave.
I think I'm gonna head to the boat, and I'm gonna watch the display, kind of in defiance.
My worry is more if it stops. So
Well, the helicarrier has started to dip and kind of list a little bit, and is now kind of gliding off course away from the island, and it is losing altitude, not in a rapid, uncontrolled fall, but it is clearly losing altitude.
I'd ask if there's people on there, like not just
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
literally about
Oh,
to
there's
just say,
people.
hey,
Yeah.
Tilly,
Yeah.
can you give us an idea of how many life forms are on there that we're gonna
Hundreds.
probably need to
Yeah,
save?
Fade, you're hearing the chatter of like, the entire Cali's full of hedgehogs. What's going on?
I mean, obviously, I'm gonna be laughing at this.
The captain's like, my pants
at
are
the
full of
same time-
ferrets. Abort!
They're boarding.
Yeah, they're bringing
They're
it in.
trying.
They're bringing it in for
they're
a
trying.
controlled. They're bringing it in for a controlled landing on the ocean. We're at 60% thrust, Captain. What should we do? It's like, bring her in. We're about to get wet, fellas. You hear all this, like, multiplicitous chatter.
About to become a submarine.
So, what do you do?
I'm gonna charge up again. Get some burn.
Okay.
Seems like it might be needed. All right. Where we
Get our
at?
butt
What is
over.
this?
to where their boat is once we get there.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. I've lost where all my powers are. Here it is. Oh yeah, plus conditions. Perfect. I got a 12.
Haha. So
So-
that's 3 burn.
3 burn. So I guess as we're running towards the boat, will be good for these people. It'd probably be good to give them like a landing spot so they can get on the ground somewhere outside of the island.
They're going to actually,
Yeah.
the whole helicarrier is going to land in the ocean.
Okay.
Yeah, which is good. That's what we want anyway. We
Okay.
don't want them landing on the island. It's about to disappear.
Yeah. Well, then I'll just hold on to that. I'm ready though.
Okay. So you are
ready.
back in the boat. It takes probably you working together because the water line has now dropped quite a bit. So you kind of have to push the boat back into the water. But you all get into the boat. The chunk of the transparent canopy closes till you're able easily to reconnect with the ship systems and pull away so that you aren't carried back up onto land. As it rises up. You can now see there are still mechs flying around because that wasn't the only large mech. There are still a few of these jet copters and things. You begin to see these massive tentacles, like 100-foot diameter, thousands of feet long, reaching up around the perimeter of the island and snatching these things out of the air. They don't go after the helicarrier. But this big tentacle turtle island thing is starting to rouse itself. Crawling out of the ocean are wave after wave of the starfish creatures and other strange, kind of flat, multi-tentacled creatures that begin interlocking themselves. They're building very rapidly a wall that as you boat away, the wall it's going to form a dome over the entire island. So all the sea life just kind of merges itself into a living, slightly translucent shell. What do you do?
I mean, I think we should probably go save the people on the helicarrier because the island seems fine. I think they got this.
Sure. Tilly pulls the cigarette boat up underneath the transverse hull. Some large robotic arms come down, clamp on the side, and pull it back up into its little docking port. You're able to get up and get to the bridge and maneuver your way over to the helicarrier just in time. It has splashed down hard and just massive wash of water over the top, but then it bobs back up. It wasn't structurally compromised, at least not the hull. So it's now free floating. However, there are just these gouts of smoke coming out of its rotors. And you can see that the command deck hasn't been completely flattened. But you can see as you pull up beside it, you can see where like one corner has been completely sheared off. And you can see people like in office clothes, kind of like looking out the side, like what's happening. You can see papers flying everywhere.
Is Tommy still around here?
You look around. Why don't you unleash your powers?
Ooh. Let's see. Yes, I have a minus on this one as well. So that's a 6. And I'll just use a minor boon to make it a 7.
Okay. Yeah, you mark a condition.
Sure.
But I will say
I feel guilty
Yes.
for letting him run off to
Right.
do things.
You do see flying in a different direction. You do see a vaguely green pterodactyl that seems to have a teenager in its claws, flying off into the clouds.
Okay.
As the island, now fully encased, just starts to swim away and sink at the same time.
Is he going to make it to the island in time?
He's
Yeah,
not
I
flying
don't
toward
think
the
so.
island.
No. He's flying somewhere else.
Yeah.
Oops.
There's a shimmer of shadow. And negative space pops in. You guys suck. And then back into the shadow realm.
Wow. All right.
That's good. That's good.
I just blew up so many jets.
But with the island now gone and one of their prize helicarriers badly damaged, some colonel in Aegis will come aboard and debrief you. What story do you tell them?
I'm annoyed. We tried to tell them to call it off or wait for more information, and they just barged
Yeah.
in. That's what they get.
Yeah,
I'm just going to use 2 of my burn to help put out all the fires on the helicarrier
Okay.
and stuff like that. Because
Okay.
I have the take a 10 on unleashing your powers and so on. So I'll
Yeah.
just do the.
You form like impermeable domes of hard light around them so that once the oxygen is burned up on the inside, the fires go out.
Yeah.
Easy enough.
Coming in hot and angry. It's like,
Yeah, same.
what the hell? Like, you completely botched the mission.
I'm even pissed about that. Like, you didn't even ask us anything about what we learned about. You just came to the coordinates and
literally.
started attacking.
Well,
So
I mean,
yeah, no, these
we saw an
Literally, what
opportunity
was
to
the
strike a
problem?
blow against Venom,
What
mankind's
do you
greatest
mean
enemy.
you saw an opportunity? What was the
Wasn't
point of even
really, like,
sending us there?
Venom.
You got us the coordinates, and they lowered their guard. I mean, we may not have
gave
caught
you
him
the
this time, but we'll
coordinates
catch
before
him
we
next
even
time.
arrived here.
And how
Yeah,
well
sure
did
you
that
will.
go?
And they'll think twice before meddling in our affairs again.
I don't
There was
think
Well,
literally-
yeah, I'm sure that they're
there was
just terrified of you now.
There
We
was
didn't
no
even-
Venom agents there.
We didn't even
There
get a
was-
chance to go to the lab.
Yeah,
We didn't
you
have a
said
chance
it's on
to
an
do anything,
information
just sit down and
gathering
have
mission.
dinner.
Yeah, since you don't need our information, guess you don't need this debrief.
Look,
See ya.
children. I understand
Don't
that
call us
No,
children.
no.
these concerns are complicated, but don't worry. Aegis has protected you and will protect you again.
You,
You
have
didn't
not
protect
protected
us.
us. You didn't protect
You
us at all.
caused the
So
problem.
many of your jets, and you want to tell me that you're protecting
You
me?
you've all
No.
done very well.
Get the hell off my boat.
He salutes and walks off. It's the kids these days.
Um,
These days.
I give him a little electric shock.
You need to check out the wiring on this yacht. Doesn't seem to have
Yeah,
code.
you might need to.
Take a piece of rubble and throw it at the back of his head.
Right. So he will go back and see to repairs. It is the result of the briefing is that I mean, you guys did what you were supposed to. You came here, you provided a distraction and cover for their assault team, and clearly Venom was more prepared and more powerful than anticipated. But the report back to Aegis headquarters is that the strike was at least a partial success, and that the immediate threat to the eastern seaboard of the United States has been removed as the island has disappeared.
I lost my goodie bag.
No, you have your goodie bags.
Oh.
Yeah, you brought them with you into the boat.
Yeah.
I
So
figured I'd dropped it to,
Yeah.
blast some.
you maybe
Yeah,
did, but some kitten crabs probably like dragged it up and deposited it.
Do we still have the thingies?
Yeah.
On our neck?
medallions.
Oh, I'm gonna drop that off the side of the boat.
I mean, you have to imagine that the frequency has been rotated, but who knows?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
still, just to not
Just
give
in
them
case.
any
I'm
sort
keeping
of
it as a
information.
Yeah.
Like a souvenir.
But you're able to fire up the engines on your supervillain yacht, and right, and
It's our yacht now.
yeah, and head back to, I assume, to Halcyon City.
We can go anywhere the sea can
You know what,
take
guys?
us.
I'm eating carbs.
I don't want to be anywhere on the sea right now, Tilly.
The sea is vast and large. We could be anywhere on the sea.
As the eye patch
Land is
manifests.
that way.
Yeah, holographic peg leg, and resonance defies by eating some bread.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Good, ain't it?
So, and
It's like sadness.
right. You gather in, because there's the round table of evil kind of in the central space. You gather. Apparently, one of the supervillains that used to frequent the yacht also had motion sickness. You didn't realize it, but there actually is a stabilizer. So once you all gather around the central table, it begins to kind of freely float, counteracting the movement of the boat around it. So Spectre is momentarily relieved of
Make me more motion sexy. The boat moving or not.
So what happens?
Just gonna casually sit there with my head in my hands and contemplate how I get free of Aegis, because this was not okay. None of this was okay.
I eat some bread.
Yeah.
Right, my
Need
first
any help?
rock
I've got a
Chili's
villainous
like, I'm gonna
mother.
eat more food.
I mean,
Yeah.
share some bread. Each take a baguette
all breaking
and
bread.
tip them at each other.
Just
Hey, we really need to work
blowing
on
the
your
hood off it.
communication skills.
Oh, Deadlock, since you mentioned it, you have the thought to go into the into the escape craft and grab everyone's goodie bags. So you dump the goodie bags in the center of the table. So as you're talking, you are free to reclaim your goodie bags.
What's in there?
Monogrammed sandals, monogrammed towels, little hand soaps, little body wash and shampoo conditioner mix, little sand dollars that have screen printed on them. Island of Dr. Darwin, come again, please. And there is a little device. Just like a little hemispherical device.
Gotta look at the device.
Yes, I'll say it's in Fade's bag.
Okay. I'm definitely gonna look it over curiously, wonder what it is, what it does, how it's gonna help me.
Do we see it?
Yeah.
Do we see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Tilly,
hold
you
it up
wanna-
in my hand like, what's this?
Yeah, Tilly, can you figure out what that is?
Yes.
In the meantime, I've taken everybody's towel. I've heated them up, put them in the oven, put some lemon over them. And they're getting ready for us to lie with them on our faces to chill out for a bit.
All right. Yeah. Slice up some cucumber.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yes, Tilly, it is a holo projector.
Oh, yes. And we could just play.
Oh, well, sorry, ladies, that our acquaintance was so unfortunately cut short. I did enjoy our time together, and hopefully at some point in the future our paths will cross. I don't hold any ill will towards you for working for Aegis. They can be very persuasive and often have a tendency to try to have a hold over people and force them to do their will. As you can imagine, that is not something that I agree with, but I understand it. Tilly, I hope you enjoy the ability to taste and smell. You're welcome to keep it. Should require no more than a 0.01 additional drain on your batteries to maintain. Fade, in this device you will find an object that should help you should you wish to have moments of privacy from Aegis. I don't recommend that you remove their implant entirely. They would probably get wind of that. Resonance, I do quite enjoy your music. I have included a library of the greatest hits of my youth. I hope that you will find it useful in coming up with your next hit.
Nice.
Spectre, your performance was most engaging. I don't know, but I suspect that you might find this experience to have helped you come to some peace with your family of origin concerns, and hopefully you'll be better positioned to forge your own path. Step out of the pattern set by your parents and find your own way in the world. I look forward to hearing of the great things that you accomplish. And Deadlock, I am not a parent. Not directly, anyway, but I have many creations. Most of them successful, but not always, and I think I can understand the desire to do what's best for those that you feel responsible for, but always to wonder if you're doing the right thing, if you're doing enough. It's always the hardest to let those things that you care about go free into the world and find their own way. I hope that your experience at my island, however short, lends you perspective and perhaps can free you from being stuck. You shouldn't always seek an impasse or a deadlock. You can find another way to move forward. So, Ladies, it was a pleasure. Again, I hope your little adventures on my island weren't too distressing. We will think of you all fondly. And if ever you need me, well, just look. Maybe you'll find me. Goodbye. Ta-ta. And then...
Hot towel, hot towel, hot towel. Yeah.
Yes, please.
I'm gonna test out that device that he gave me.
Yep.
What's it doing?
Until you can examine it, it's like a dermal patch. If you put it over the area where Aegis's implant is, it doesn't like switch your powers back to the way they were before. But it does cut you off from their communication and monitoring system.
There's so much potential with this. So much potential. I at some point she is going to. Oh hell, she'll just do it right now. I don't want to work for Aegis. I can't. After what he just did, after what they just did.
Tried to conquer a villain.
I mean, this is going back to... This is like a callback to the conversation that Spectre and I were having earlier about like what makes a villain, because I don't know about you guys, but in the situation that we just faced, I feel
Aegis
like
was
the
the
villain
villain.
of this situation was Aegis. Yeah,
Very clearly,
completely.
they operated on very little to no information. They went purely on assumptions, not facts. They could have endangered a lot of people. It was incredibly reckless and irresponsible.
Yeah, they gave no hoots about like
They
the
didn't even
damage
wanna-
they were doing or the people on the
they-
island. And oh, okay, Bubbles.
Bless you, kitty.
And you okay? He has hay fever. And yeah, they just didn't seem to care about like, and they lied to us. They said it was an information gathering mission, and then actually it wasn't. It was so that we could give them the coordinates of the base for them to purely attack. And they kept talking about venom, and as far as our research showed, there was no venom on that island.
Well, Dr.
Yeah.
Darwin did say that he used the resources of venom.
Yeah, but
I mean-
actual venom wasn't on the island at all. Like, he said he had connections to them, but there was he didn't seem to be operating in any kind of malice way. And we even warned them that them attacking the island could cause the end of humanity itself. And they didn't care.
And Tommy's out there. He didn't go with the island. He's out there.
Yeah,
And
so
he's angry because Aegis attacked their home. So now,
yeah, so we may have just inadvertently caused the end of life as we know it.
Well, we weren't
I mean,
Aegis, but yeah.
we did our best to avert it.
No,
Aegis
but-
it's all
continued
Aegis'
forward.
fault.
Well, certainly, like if we
No,
hadn't
it's-
gone along with it, the
I mean-
island would have just been there, and
Yeah,
would
I
have
mean, look, it's
don't-
like my mom told me once, there's not really black and white. The world's a lot of shades of gray. And I think that this was a pretty good example of sometimes the heroes aren't always on the right side.
Yeah, he seemed like a well-meaning grandpa.
Yes. And he had
Very
all sorts of good
pretty
intentions. And Aegis had very little information, but absolute moral certitude. And if those two things, if good intentions that are transgressive meet not a lot of information or curiosity, but total moral certitude, that's going to create some conflict.
So
But who's right?
And to be fair, Tommy handled himself pretty well.
he did.
I mean, I expected
Well-
him to. I just didn't want him to, like, cause the end of the world.
Well, I
the
was worried
last
because he was spawning stuff
he's
in the thing,
So-
and he was like, "You don't know me," and I'm like, "Yeah, we don't know you. That's why we were playing it safe."
I mean,
Yeah, that guy, angsty
Deadlock's
teenager.
not
How dare
good.
he?
not to call you out, but like you did kind of start beating the crap out of one of the heroes because they tried to tell you what to do. So, you know, Tommy jumping out a window because we told him what to do doesn't really surprise me.
Well, that's because he is a
That's a
teen
little-
boy,
Different.
and
Yeah.
teen girls are much better.
That is
Also, totally
We don't
different
do
situation.
that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And this is definitely what we should take out of this. The teen boys are crazy and irresponsible.
yes.
Yeah, they, you know, it's not like, you know, I fired.
I
a
said
rocket
nothing. I
at
was
a
getting
bunch.
my makeup ready.
I mean, look, we did a good job though. Like that was.
Did
friggin'
we
cool.
though?
We did. It was awesome.
Like,
Tilly
we
batted a
didn't-
bunch of mechs into the ocean.
No,
It
I'm
was
saying
cool.
yeah, that
Busted up a
part.
rocket launcher from your utility belt. How badass was that?
That
Look,
was also
I'm
cool.
not-
I didn't realize it had that capability.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not
I mean, my mom
disagreeing.
made it. What do you think it's gonna do?
The fight in itself, we did a good job to defend the island, but did we do a good job? I'm not sure. We've just helped unleash Tommy onto the world.
To be
He was
fair, though,
happily living on his
I
island.
think it would have happened regardless of if we went or not.
I don't. Well, we don't know that, do we?
Maybe
We're never going to know
They
that.
had the
For
coordinates
Tommy to get back into
anyway.
the-
No, they
A
didn't.
little- They did. They had the letter. They had the letter Fade had. You're gonna tell me you just didn't know how to
Oh,
decrypt that?
no.
They sent
Yeah,
us
but
there.
we gave it to them.
Right.
I am fairly confident that Aegis would have already intercepted whatever communication Fade received.
Yeah. And,
some
and
way.
they explicitly mentioned that you had provided, your presence there had provided a distraction.
Yeah.
The one that
Yeah.
they needed to mount an assault.
We
We got kind of tricked.
We were just
into what we were
pawns.
doing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And literally,
Which
it
isn't
backfired
surprising.
on them because us being there helped the island more than it helped them. So
Yeah, apart from they're going to feed back that Venom was there defending it and
Yes.
not just this old scientist man.
And
I mean,
then
do you really think that they would have cared either way, even if we were able to sit everybody down and be like, look, he's not actually doing anything wrong? Like, they're not going to
No,
care.
and that's the
so might as well
problem.
let them continue to think that Venom's defending it and
yeah, they would
let them
have
go their separate ways.
locked him away and then dissected all of his research.
and honestly,
I mean,
Tommy
guys-
was panicking before. Like maybe we gave him the push he needed.
But I think we need to find Tommy.
Maybe.
I
As-
don't know about you guys, but I think we need to find him.
I'm sure he'll be fine and not in an upcoming issue of
Right.
Masks.
Or Fate Brigade, in fact. But yes, you as you approach closer to land, closer to Halcyon City, you're able to pick up all the local broadcasts. And the events of the island of Dr. Darwin are being dissected by the talking heads. And it is, it's the typical, once again, Aegis strikes a blow against Venom, and who knows? They dig up old footage of things that Dr. Darwin was suspected of being involved in. And it's like, well, it wasn't a complete success. Dr. Darwin escaped to fight another day, but he'll be off licking his wounds for another couple of decades. But never worry, people of Halcyon City, you are protected. And yes, of course, it was, they weren't expecting the sort of resistance. Clearly, Venom was more prepared than they were anticipated. But you were all mentioned by name, your superhero names, as
which there are hero names or
Yeah.
are pretend
your
to be
hero
villain
names.
names.
Your hero names are mentioned as having played a vital role in the strike against Venom. Once
We
again,
were
the
just a
young
credit.
Once again, the young heroes of Halcyon City have stepped up and played their own part in securing the lives of everyone in Halcyon City. In particular, this awesome group that you may remember just months ago saved us all from the Steel Swarm.
Hey,
Still don't-
residents.
You still don't have a name.
Who are the anomalies?
And then,
Yeah.
and then, but what about the Vice Girls? They've disappeared. Perhaps they're on the island.
Residents.
Mm.
You have contacts with that one blogger who usually likes to shit talk us, right?
MFK.
MFK.
Yeah.
Maybe we should give them our story about what really happened on that island.
You mean unanimously?
Yeah. And so,
Well,
yeah.
it'll definitely have to be anonymously because what could possibly go wrong if we were to tell them, oh, yeah, it was really us who was beating the shit out of them.
So the Vice girls contact MFK
Yes.
and
But
provide.
again, not as the Vice Girls, because we don't want them to even know that.
Well, you can, with Tilly's help, you can certainly. Well, the Vice girls are being blamed that because they escaped from detention, and it's obvious that they were working for Venom all along. So you're able, with Tilly's help, to anonymously pass the story, but from the
we have
perspective
two
of the Vice
identities.
girls, yeah.
Oh gosh.
And
We can be both heroes
That's
and
like
villains.
four.
yes,
I
MFK
can be your angel or devil.
MFK publishes a series of blogs from the perspective of Aegis coming in and white knighting everyone when it's not needed, and who was Dr. Darwin anyway, and he was just trying to help people and creatures evolve, and it was kind of weird and maybe morally questionable, but so the word gets out into the ears of those who might appreciate a little nuance as opposed to the absolute certitude offered by Aegis. But most people in Halcyon City see things in black and white. It's just simpler that way. White hats and black hats, capes and cowls. But that's the system that you're part of. But the good news is you have a base.
We approach the city. I'm like, where do we park our boat?
I'm
that we
using the money
stole?
I got to make my own little place.
Sure. But you do have a base. You receive word that you are allowed to keep it if you would like.
I'm gonna remodel the hell out of it.
Right. And your reputations are intact, and you receive personal thanks from Lady December on behalf of Aegis. And I would say in her note, it's addressed to the full team, but it's sent to it's a DM to Resonance because she has your digits. It suggests that perhaps Lady December understands that there was a little bit more nuance involved. So reading between the lines, she probably gets it. But, congratulations on doing such a great job. You'll find the funds in your various accounts. Not that you need them a lot. And as always, it was a pleasure getting to know you, and I hope we get a chance to work together again in the future. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And then XOXO, Lady December.
I send her a picture back.
Right.
Can we keep our stolen boat?
Yeah, let's repaint it.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's
Sure.
exciting.
We have there's like a canal system here in Halcyon City, and some of which are large enough to accommodate at least one of the inland marinas is large enough to accommodate the super yacht. So we have a little montage of you guys at Home Depot picking up a bunch of stuff and painting it, designing it, etc., just to make it a little bit less of a glossy black, obvious supervillain monstrosity.
The Spectre rips out all the satin sheets.
Right.
All of them.
Replace it with high thread count
All of
cotton.
the floors so that it's not
Fine
seen.
Egyptian cotton.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have a scene of Resonance just like sniffing the bar soap from Dr. Darwin's island.
I think Spectre is also going to, once we get back to base, kind of sit down with the team because I've been thinking a lot about what Dr. Darwin said, and I think that I'm gonna take a break from the super thing, because that's kind of been my whole life. I've never really gotten to just be a normal person. So I'm gonna step away for a couple months at least, and then I'll be back. But I think I just need to be Val for a little while and not be Spectre.
Like a vacation.
Yes, sort of.
Like
Since our vacation got cut short on the island.
Yeah.
If only they had waited a few days before striking.
If only someone hadn't told them.
So, how does everyone feel about the team? How does everyone feel about each other?
Everything's been great
I
for
feel
Tilly.
better.
Well, I would say I'm not going back to the base because the base was given to us by Aegis
Right.
for the Vice Girls, and I don't connect with that, and I
Okay, but hear me
distrust
out.
them.
Hear me out. It's above cats?
Oh yeah, but I know it now. I know where that cat cafe is, so I can go to the cat cafe. I don't need to be.
Cat Cafe is now our
The
new
worst
base.
comes to worst, it's not a bad secondary place if, like, whatever. It's better to
Yeah.
have it.
I'm
and
just
not
saying,
use it,
like,
but-
Well, you have your
the other
super
one-
yacht.
The other one
And the
we
super
lived at, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to live there, so I'm going to be living in my own home. Like, I don't.
I mean, that makes sense. You have a personal chef.
Yeah, like it's not like, for me, we're not at that point where we were before, even with this mission. Like, I'm not at the point where I want to live with you guys again yet. So
I mean,
I will.
I feel like everyone at this point is either has or is making a new home for themselves, right?
Yeah.
Because Spectre has been with her mom and hanging out there.
Mhm.
I can hang out with my mom. You always had a house residence.
Yeah.
Fate is being forcibly fostered.
Mhm.
And I think Deadlock was taking all of the money to go get an apartment or something,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be not like the base was before. It's probably going to be like a small, 1 bedroom to operate out of for a bit, so I can,
Yeah, so
extend it out
Something that
and apply for what's it called?
Emancipation.
Yes, emancipation.
Okay. Well, the good news is Deadlock always knows where her mom and dad are. Well, her dad and stepmom, ex-stepmom, something.
No, nope,
No.
nope.
Oh, that's weird.
Not my dad, not my
she's
stepmom.
definitely not there yet. Fade is going to put in request after request after request after request to turn the top portion of the Vice Girls base into something that is more appropriate for each member of the team.
Yeah.
Then she is also going to heavily push for people to come by and adopt the animals. Like that's going to be when she's not at home brooding in her room, she's there reworking everything, working with the people to make the base better. Because she is going to try and continue to bring them together. But at the same time, she's also not going to give up being a part of Aegis just yet, because she feels that she can attempt at some point to possibly bring them down from the inside to show how shitty they really are just on this. So if she wants to kind of like, play the fence a little bit and be like, yeah, I'm one of you guys. Hey guys, this is what they're doing now.
Yeah. Yeah, maintain a foothold so that you can, and to be clear, Aegis is just a big bureaucracy. So it's not like it's an evil organization. It's just that it's a big government bureaucracy that always thinks it's right, and has the associated weaknesses and downfalls. And it's run by a bunch of adults who
Yeah, they
have a
need a
plan for
teenager
all
to
of
kick
you.
them in their teeth.
Maybe so. So, Deadlock has her own kind of apartment. Residence, of course, big mansion, Spectre, big mansion. Tilly has, her mom's lab. Fade is, spending spare time working at and of course, with the presence of a hero base above the Kitty Cat Club, its use by the local kind of street level villains goes away. So you turn it into an adoption center. And of course, there's always a flood of new kittens. So it serves as both an adoption center and it continues to be a place where people can come and pet kittens.
She's definitely going to make sure, that she's in touch with, because, and this is going to kind of tie in with her, she's going to be in touch with foster homes for cats and kittens. She's going to be in touch with, trap and release programs and all of that stuff, and making sure that people are spaying their damn animals,
right,
which is extremely important.
and Fate even begins to build a little bit of a social media following as an animal rights advocate.
Oh yeah, that's good for the brand.
Yep. Tilly meets with Dr. Collifer and has a download, and probably an honest download about what happened. And Dr. Collifer is, as always, on your side and expresses her own misgivings about Aegis, but encourages you to have a more nuanced view. It can be tempting to just try to flip the roles and say, well, now clearly Venom is good and Aegis is bad. It's like, no, it's all part of learning about humanity, is understanding that it's all kind of a blend, and that organizations are really just a reflection of their structure and all the people, and people are not so simple.
Taking down my last lesson. A superhero should have a nuanced view.
Excellent. We see
these are pretty good lessons. It would be a shame if they ever get overwritten.
Right.
You're shame.
We see Deadlock training. We see Resonance. We see Dave, the cook.
Well, Resonance is going to offer to teach Deadlock the guitar.
Yes.
And encourage Deadlock to write their first song to express their
Deadlock
feelings.
wants to learn the drums.
Oh, okay. Well, I have drums too. But drums are hard to melodically find a tune to write a song to embrace your pain and facilitate expressing your emotions in a healthy way, as well as punching things.
Yes.
So
one of the things, obviously when Fade would get wind of this, she's gonna be like, sit in a white room with paint and drums and just smash it out and watch what happens.
Oh.
I've seen it all over social media. Have you been on this? This is amazing.
I just go.
That is so last year.
Learning about TikToks and or whatever our world is.
Fade has discovered memes.
Cat videos.
Oh no. I think,
guys, what's with the Pepe hands?
right. I think Spectre has some fairly kind of adult conversations with her mom, and maybe for once is able to honestly inquire about how your mom feels about I mean, these are some of the things that she's told you over time, but I think you probably heard them through a different lens. But you can have some more conversation with her to reinforce. And she's very clear that she has made bad choices in her life, and that she did so as a reaction because she didn't want to be put in a pigeonhole, and she rebelled against expectations and rules. And what she has learned that she can pass on to you is to not take it so far, right? To not basically say, if you're going to exclude me, I'm going to exclude you. To stay open, because again, adopting the opposite role is still playing into the roles as they're defined externally. And so she shares a lot of wisdom with the goal of helping you kind of chart your own path that isn't about whether you wear a white or a black hat, but that's about finding the things that are important to you and empowering yourself to make good choices about how you pursue those things. And then she says, and if that involves crime, I'm totally down with it.
Yeah. Like, dude, Mom, I blew up a bunch of jets with a rocket launcher. It was awesome. Like,
Yeah. Deadlock you set yourself up. You got, what, 40K some odd minus a little bit. So you're making good choices with your money and you're feeling independent. We said Deadlock logging in because you got to pay. You had like some really fancy combat dummy delivered because you wrecked the past two of them. So you had to kind of go up to one of the ones that's like Kevlar and stuff. And you log into your bank account and there is another account that shows up. A savings account.
How much money is it?
$27 million.
That's gonna. I was about to be like, I donated all to charity, but that is like a really large amount of money to just donate all to charity. Well, I'm just not going to touch it for now.
Okay, but it's there. Which I think we can all understand as a vote of confidence. So, I think we close with that montage of, residents at Deadlock hanging out and Fade saying, oh, you should come over and play drums and there's paint and stuff like that. And everyone's like, stop. Tilly and Dr. Colliver, Spectre and her mom, Deadlock going 27 million. Okay, never mind. And then we see two scenes. One is Spectre in street clothes, hopping on a bus. Gonna kind of go see the country, clear your head. And of course your mom is there with like, are you sure you don't want the Chanel and all that kind of stuff? Like, no, I'll be fine. It's like, well, call me every day. Let me know if I need to send a jet for you. But you're gonna go, maybe you're gonna take a bus around and then hop a plane to Europe and just kind of see the world and bum around for a bit. Fade is at the base above the Kitty Cat Club. There is a high whistling sound that gets louder and louder and louder. And then very, very loud. There's a boom and all the windows rattle. And then a crash, 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 crash as a pile of lath and plaster falls through the ceiling. You come running into the room and they're kind of sitting on the couch. The plastic covered couch with the orange and green and brown Afghan and stuff on it is a little white egg, probably about 2 feet by 1 foot oblong. It has no obvious cracks or defects, but there's a series of lights kind of glowing underneath the surface as it is somewhat translucent. What do you do?
First, going to bitch about the hole in my ceiling. Because that's going to be a pain in the ass.
You look up, a pigeon looks down at you and coos.
Well, I'm gonna leave the egg there for a hot minute. I'm gonna go get my Doctor Darwin device and put that on because I don't want them knowing shit right now.
Yep.
I'm also gonna look at the pigeon and be like, really? Don't you have a nest?
It flies
And then
away.
I'm going.
You barely dodge the poop.
Oh, good. Then I'm going to inspect it first.
Yep.
I mean, that seems like the logical thing. So I guess I'm assessing a situation here.
Well, you don't really have to. As you get close and you're kind of like, it goes, psst, and a little port
Oh, good.
opens,
It's opening. This is
and something leaps out.
God. It's a quirky people.
Fade to black. Fade to black.
Oh,
To be continued.
no. Oh no.
Hi, squeeze.
To be continued.
Oh.
Yes, to be continued in issue 5 and in Fate Brigade.
Kitty Cat Club is going to be renamed as the Kitty Cat Cafe, and it's going to be KCK,
Okay.
so that we don't end up with KKK because
Oh.
that's bad.
Yeah, that's true. It was technically the KKC, but that's fine. Cool.
The case.
Yeah.
Because
Switch it around.
the previous owners also weren't blind. Yeah, so the team is together but in a different way. Peace has been made, individual growth and evolution has occurred. You have made strange new friends, and you have a more nuanced understanding of your connections and the expectations that are placed upon you and that you choose to accept or rebel against. But I think everyone has a better sense of agency in the world and better ways of thinking about how you choose to act and the roles you choose to play, as opposed to simply living up to external expectations. And that's part of growing up, isn't it? So we will close on the Teen Justice Academy with some slightly more mature heroes, waiting for the next intergalactic disaster to literally land in their lap. Cool. Hey, let's do the thing where we go around and tell everyone who you are, and we'll do the end of session questions at the same time. Let's start with Tough this time.
Right, I am 98 Tough Love, or Tough for Torpleton, or some other variety of nickname. I'm a variety streamer on Twitch. I play lots of different games. Sometimes I run games like this. I will be running issue 5 of Teen Justice Academy. And yeah, I've been Spectre, and I think that Spectre this episode definitely grew into her own image of herself. Because shooting a giant rocket launcher at a bunch of jets is like really freaking cool. So I think her danger goes up.
Yeah.
And I think her freak goes back down.
Okay.
And then just as a little teaser for issue 5, we have a few days ago, and we zoom in over the smoking crater of the impound. And there's kind of a weird warble, like a rift in the air in the crater. And then a foot sticks out of it. And then another foot. And then a tiny little person pulls themselves out of the rift. She has bright neon green hair. She's wearing a patched up beanie, bright garish colors all over in her outfit. And she looks about like 12 years old, maybe. And she kind of takes a look around and is like, oh. And then she takes a remote from her pocket and presses rewind. And we see the impound come back together. And we see the fallout of the team going by as she watches. And she just kind of grins and says, well, these guys are interesting. And then falls back into the rift.
Beautiful. Not sinister at all.
Oh, great, that's going to get
No.
blamed on me too. Same.
I mean, it is your fault, actually, that the rift is there. So.
Yeah, I mean, technically.
Technically, it is.
My fault it was exposed. It's not my fault it was there.
I mean, your powers caused it, so it is your fault. But go, Mish.
Yes, I am Misha. Misha _less than 3 on Twitch. At Misha Weha on Twitter. Let's see. I don't stream, but you'll find me here, probably running Fate Brigade,
Yes.
either in the near future or the little farther future, depending how schedules work out. But at any rate, for the end of session, I believe that Tilda has grown into her own image of herself because she just got the ability to eat food. That's pretty cool. Kind of fulfilling some cool goals. She's like a real person, but cooler than you. So I think her mundane will actually go up, which is funny because that's regular people things. And I think her superior will go down, even though I said she was better than you. But that's just mostly because I feel like everything else mostly stands. Like needing nanites to do this is still kind of weird.
Yeah.
So we'll leave it at that. All right. Rachie.
Hi, I'm Rach H. I will be streaming again at some point, so if you want to give me a follow, and then all my socials are on there. That's cool. I would say that Resonance has also grown into her own image of herself, and I would say this is just because through talking and the adventures on the island, she has contemplated who and what she is, and is kind of okay with the facade, and understanding that the facade is a part of her but isn't who she is. And yeah, so I have moved my superior back up only because I feel that I feel more strong in myself against adults making decisions for me. So I feel more superior to adults, and the adult, especially with what happened with Aegis, that they didn't know everything that and we were actually more knowledgeable in that situation than they were, and they made the wrong decisions. So I think because of that, I moved my superior back up, but I have moved my freak down because I think she feels more like a real person now. So that's me.
Lovely.
Zodi.
Hi, I'm the original Zodi. I play Fade. You can find me here. I play Fade here on this channel. Sometimes you'll also find me in somebody's stream in the circle of people that we follow. For Fade, I honestly think that she grew closer to the team for the first time since we started the session, since she's been back. It felt better to be able to work with them and to openly communicate, even if she wasn't doing it well. Obviously she's not going to learn how to do that overnight, but she's at least trying her best to work with everybody, even Deadlock, who takes swipes at her every chance she gets. she just lets it roll off her back, like, yeah, okay, I probably still deserve it. It's fine, we're good. But the biggest person who I'm going to give the influence to is Spectre, because Spectre really stood up and was like, no, this shit's not okay. It's not cool. So Spectre gets the influence for rocket launcher belt. And then I don't have any conditions to clear for once, so I'm gonna mark potential.
Excellent. Awesome.
Cool. So I'm SJ or SJ underscore sidekick. I also don't stream, but I'm here a lot. I've run a couple games. I'm going to be part of Fate Brigade and a couple other things that should be coming up somewhat soon. I would say, I guess, more because of the ending, if she's coming into her own image of herself. Mainly because I just can't think of anyone really specific for the growing close to the team part. and she's trying to kind of do her own thing.
But it
figure
makes
out,
sense. You've got your house and everything now, haven't
Yeah.
you?
So trying to really like stand on her own. So there might be a little bit of distance she puts between the team, but that's just so she can figure out exactly what she wants to do. Because before she was the leader, now she's just kind of there, and it's a little weird. Who knows? Maybe she'll get into merc work or something weird just to piss Impact off more. But yeah, I think I'll do the same and shift up Superior because she's thinks she knows better than the adults at this point.
Excellent. So lots of personal growth. And I am Zero or Zero Daylight or Keeper, Master of Ceremonies, DM, GM, Narrator, what have you. Run games here and sometimes get a chance to play them a couple times a week usually. Next thing we have on the calendar is Alien, which is a 2-parter. So it's going to be very, very grim, and there will probably be plenty of character death and dismemberment and stuff. On that I think starts August 2nd. In the roughly the same time frame, we have Tales from the Smoke coming up, which is The Between game. This is another Powered by the Apocalypse game. It is by the same creator as Brindlewood Bay, which we used for Monster She Wrote. And then, as we've mentioned a couple of times, we have not quite on the calendar yet, but hopefully soon, the 5th issue of Teen Justice Academy and the run of Fate Brigade, which is also masks. It is in the same universe, but it will follow a different set of heroes in a very, very different environment. One of which is going to be Tommy Torres, best known as Zooboy. And the thing that showed up in the pod is Squee, who is a intergalactic mercenary who looks like a puppy kitten. Like super duper cute, because in his culture, all those things that we read as cute are threatening and macho, and all those things that we think are, yeah. So
now I see why you dropped it on me.
yes, exactly.
Oh no.
He is a feared warrior among his people, but on Earth, he's a cute little lapdog with little antennae. So we'll see how that goes. So yes, I will get a chance to play in both of those and hopefully won't die multiple times in Alien. Because synths can't die, can they? So we'll see. Awesome. Well, this was, it was fun for me. Hopefully it was fun for you guys. A little bit of a...
It was a lot of fun.
A little bit of a
Struggle
plot provoker. Yes. And I think we advanced the characters and their relationship with each other and with the world that they inhabit, which is always the goal of a narrative system like Masks. Cool. We should go and raid someone, and that someone should be Meg, because she is very rarely broadcasting when we are live. I know, right? Well, I guess if we have to go hang out with someone, it might as well be Meg. Ugh. That's great. So we're going to go say hi to Meg. Thanks for dropping in the raid calls. Go ahead and grab the one with the die and the ahoy whale and the hype unicorn if you are a sub. If you're not, just grab the one with the shrug emoji. Let's drop into her chat and share all the love with her and find out how her trip went and see if she brought home any puppies in her bag. Awesome. Well, thanks everyone. Let me hit the thing first and make sure I typed it in right. Yep, it seems to be working. Cool. So as the raid loads up, thanks you to everyone who came and watched and participated in chat and shared the wonderful Banes and Boons. Thanks to all the players, and we will see you again soon. Bye, everybody.